Good morning. Good morning. I love that. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Hi, Tony. How are you? Okay, we were waiting a little while. We realized we're starting late because there were a number of people still out there eating breakfast, but we're going to get going because we know it's a travel day. So, good morning. And I know I've been up to the podium a couple times, but I also know that we had some new visitors arrive just yesterday. So I will just share again that I am Sam Masterson and I serve as the president and CEO for MGFA, and I've been serving in this role for the last 4 years. And I have the pleasure of kicking off the morning with you guys and warming you up before we go into some exciting topics like our registry and dog therapy. And we have a really fun day planned for all of you. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the path forward, which is really a very exciting topic. But I don't think we can talk about the path forward without first looking back a little bit and just acknowledging some folks and some of the history of the organization. I think that's important. And I also would say that a fair amount of you have come up to me and shared that it's your very first conference. And so I'm thrilled for you for that. And I'm also selfishly very excited that you found us. So welcome to your community, and I'm glad that you found the MGFA, and I'm glad that you're here with us, so welcome. So with that said, MGFA, and I'm not going to go too far back down memory lane, but I think this is important because a number of you have said to me, you don't really know anything about the organization. So you're here at our conference, so I think it would be helpful if we shared a few things about the organization. So it was founded in 1952 by Jane Ellsworth. Jane started her journey just like so many of you in this room. Her daughter, Pat, was sick. Her health was declining. She didn't have any answers. Jane was persistent. She was a patient advocate. She quickly became a patient advocate. And she found answers and she connected the dots. And eventually, within a few years, she established the Myasthenia Gravis Foundation of America, and that was in 1952. From there, and I'm really fast forwarding here, it was volunteer driven for several decades with a board of directors in place, a governing board of directors. And also, she had the whereabouts to put a medical advisory board together. It was one of the first nonprofits to have a medical advisory board. Here's the cool thing about Jane. She was an actress in Hollywood. So she had a network and she took advantage of that and she tapped into it. MGFA actually had the original Superman affiliated with the organization back in the day. Pretty cool, right? And Jane just did a really nice job of utilizing her network and expanding the reach and raising greater awareness, raising the first awareness around myasthenia gravis. And so we owe a lot to Jane. She passed away in recent years. I missed her by about 10 years. I would have loved to have had a conversation with her. I've worked for a number of organizations. I've never been able to actually meet the founder. That would have been really exciting. I think she would have been just thrilled with what's going on with the organization. But fast forward, it's volunteer driven for decades. It did have the governing board in place, and we have a number of chair emerites. For those of you who are here at the awards, for the awards ceremony, you saw us give the Ellsworth Award to one of our chair emeriti, Marsha Lorimer. And we've had Sam Shuloff, who's been joining us. He's not here this morning. He actually received the award last year. And there's been other names that are well known throughout the organization, like Mark Kalish and Sue Klinger. And I want to acknowledge these chair emeriti because they're also listening in. They're also, hi to the virtual audience. Hello. Good morning. It's important to mention those names because it's all of these people who have come before us who helped to build this very strong foundation to really position us for the growth that we've had that I'm going to talk to you about in just a moment. So I'd like to just take that moment to acknowledge those that came before us and the very rich and deep history of this organization. And so for those of you who did not know, established in 1952, volunteer driven for decades, first CEO came along in 2016. It was a board member who was asked to serve as a CEO. And so many of you had the pleasure of meeting her, and that was Nancy Law. And she was my predecessor. And Nancy was the right person at the right time. She had been a program executive for 30+ years at the MS Society, and she knew exactly what to do. She was the right person because she focused on patient services and programming, which is exactly how an organization needs to get off the ground. You need to reach the people that you need to help. And you're not worried about fundraising at the time. You're not worried about strategic partnerships at the time. You're worried about offering the right services to the right people. And so Nancy put programs in place, and she put very important networks in place like MG Friends. If you're newly diagnosed, you can call up and you can be connected with somebody who's on a similar journey or who can talk to you and mentor, and you just help you along the way and answer questions. She also put our Partners in MG Care program in place. That's a wonderful network of care providers around the country throughout the United States. So if you're newly diagnosed or if you're moving, you can go on our website and you can go by state and you can hopefully find a provider that's close to you. So those are really, really important programs. They're not going anywhere. And again, that was somebody else's vision who came before us. Nancy did get sick during COVID and passed away in 2021. And so I like to honor the people who came before us because I think that's a really important thing to do. Fast forward. Nancy came out of retirement to serve as the CEO. She wanted to go back to retirement. So in 2019, the board of directors started their search, and here I am. So I think it's nice for you to know that. And the board of directors at that time, here's where it took a really interesting turn. The board of directors had made a decision to hire up a professional staff. It's so wonderful to have so many volunteers. They're just so engaged and can do so much. But it's never going to be the same as having a professional staff that is completely all in, working. This is their job, working on the mission, and also with specialties and expertise that you really need to grow any business, and you really need to look at a nonprofit as a business. And so I came on in early 2020, and since 2020, we've been hiring up the team. Now we have all core functions in-house. We have what we call development, which covers all of our individual giving and our fundraising. And we have, of course, our programs, which is all our patient services and programming. And we have a marketing and communications team. And I know a lot of you have met Mike and Kate and Nick, and it's a wonderful marketing team. And so we have all those core functions, and let's fast forward again. So we went from in 2020 to today, we went from 2.5 staff to we have 13 staff around the country. In the last 4 years, we have gone from being just over a $2 million organization to this year, our budget, we are going to be a nearly $5 million organization. So we've doubled in size in our revenue. With our funding, we've gone from funding research from about, when I came on board, from about $250,000. In the last 4 years, we actually had a year where we funded over $1 million in research. And that fluctuates. It's not the same every year. It's highly dependent on the research projects and the submissions that we receive, of course. But that's the story. So for those of you, so many of you who have approached me and said, I don't really know anything about the organization, but I love this conference and I'm so glad that I found my way here. We're so glad that you found your way here too. It's the most exciting time in this space because of all of the movement in the companies entering the space and of course the treatment landscape evolving. It's the most exciting time for our organization too, as the leading national patient advocacy organization that solely focuses on myasthenia gravis. Things are changing and they're changing at a fast pace, but it's all very, very positive. It's all going to benefit the community, you. So we're very, very happy to share that with you. So I could go into a lot of details of the last 4 years, but I think those are the big things to share with you. We did other things like we expanded our patient programming and services. We built up, there's no way you can talk about growth in the last 4 years and not acknowledge COVID. We had to pivot like a lot of patient advocacy organizations. We built up an entire digital ecosystem. Many of you are members on our online community, which is a wonderful way to be able to engage from your home, connect with other people, find resources, interact in chats. So we really leveraged technology, and we built the online community. We also basically revamped our entire MyMG mobile app. We heard you. We heard that it was not very stellar. And so Michael and team kind of took it down to the studs and rebuilt it, and it has all new functionality. And now we hear from you that you really do like the MyMG mobile app, and we can see that you're using it. We track the numbers, and we can see that it's working out for you. And that's always evolving and has a phased approach, and under Mike's leadership. And then we have our registry, our MGFA Global MG Patient Registry, which has had quite the transformation. We actually changed platforms in the last few years, and we now accept, it's now global. We have global patient data in the registry, which is very exciting, of course, because that will influence and impact all types of research. So that's exciting as well. So let's look forward. How are we growing yet again, and what will MGFA look like by the end of 2026? We just wrapped up a strategic plan, and we've just launched a new one. Our new strategic plan is 3 years. It's 2024 to 2026, and we want to bring you along in a thoughtful way. What I can tell you is that the overarching theme of the new strategic plan is globalization. When I say globalization, I very much mean that from not just outside the United States. I mean here at home in the Americas and internationally. And I mean, merging synergies and doing a better job in everything that we do. Let me just break that down a little bit. So a lot of our patient services and programming will look the same to you. Nothing's going to go away. We'll still have our annual patient conference. We'll have our scientific session, our monthly webinars, our monthly newsletter, our biannual MG Focus on magazine publication. All of that stuff is going to stay, but we are more focused on having the most possible impact that we possibly can. That means reaching more patients. We have so many people that engage with us around the globe. I think you'd be surprised to know how big our global footprint actually is, but we need to do more because we're not doing right by everybody. So we are, one of our strategic initiatives for this strategic plan is to translate our entire website, the MGFA online community, which is a separate entity, many of our brochures, into as many languages as we can. We're starting in year 1 with 5 languages. We have to start somewhere. And then from there, we will evolve and we'll grow and we'll do more, of course. That's going to be a very big deal for us, is translating, having our website available to others in other countries. Even in the US, for people who English is not their first language, this is going to be a big deal. And then also, we work around the world with other patient advocacy groups. We've started to work with other patient advocacy groups specifically in the last year and a half. And that is really something that is quite amazing, because as you start to talk to patients in other countries, you realize that they have extremely limited resources. Then you also learn that they're coming to our website. And even if English isn't their first language, they're getting help with the information on our website. So you see there's a gap. And now that we know about it, we can't forget about it. We have to do something about it. And so it's very much on our radar. So that's important. We're in Europe alone, we're working with about 25 patient advocacy organizations. And then there's one in China, a couple in Japan, one in Australia. We're talking to all of them. So more to come on that front, but I think that's going to be very exciting for our community, because our community is already global. You may not have known that, but it's going to get even bigger. So that's really exciting. Another thing that we're doing in way of patient services and programming is we are going to have a helpline. We need to have a helpline. When I first came on board, I remember Nancy saying to me it was part of the original vision, but the organization simply couldn't afford it. It's an investment. We are at the point now where we can have a helpline. It will be launching next month. Francis, isn't that wonderful? It'll be launching next month in May. We are very appreciative of our funding partners who have made this a reality for us. It will have professional counselors on the other end of the line who are trained in active listening, and it will be opened all hours to cover all time zones and working hours. And we're very excited to share this with you, because this is really a big deal and we know that it's needed. We have our 1-800 number. We have our general business line. We get a lot of calls. We get a lot of calls from patients who really need to talk to somebody, and our staff's not equipped for that. So the helpline really is the right thing to do at this moment in time. So I'm excited to share that with you guys. Our mobile app is continuing to evolve as well. Going forward, you will see that we'll have an automated ADL. So that's going to be great for patients. So we're going to continue to leverage technology in way of the online community, which continues to expand and evolve. Our registry, certainly, there's going to be a lot of growth there. And then, of course, the mobile app. So technology is a big part of what we're doing and obviously allows us to reach so many more people. So that's really exciting. So those are some of our larger initiatives that I definitely wanted to talk to you guys about. Strategic partnerships, we're looking to have a lot more partnerships. So when I say that, I'm saying partnership very holistically. There's the funding partners, as you know, a lot of the drug companies that we work with, of course. Other patient advocacy groups. We want to be working more closely with other patient advocacy groups. We are the national organization in the United States, but there are other organizations in the United States who are state focused or regional focused, and we should be working with them more, and we can have more impact together. We know it, they know it. We need to do a better job of coming to the table and having conversations, and we intend to do that. And a couple of them are here in this room, so we're very, very excited about that. So those are some of the highlights that I wanted to share with you going forward. And when we always talk internally about being very thoughtful and bringing our community along, those are some of the things that we would want you to know, that we just launched a new strategic plan. These are the things that we've identified as key priorities. And they really stem from what we've heard and learned from our communities. That's important for you to know too. So I'm just going to check and make sure that I did share everything with you that I wanted to. I want to say a little bit more just about research. So our pillars, we always say this, like our pillars are education, advocacy, and research. So whenever you work with a nonprofit organization, there are going to be specific pillars that they have. There's different models. Some focus just on advocacy and education, and they don't even touch research because they just don't have the revenue for it and don't even want to get into that world. There's models where patient organizations only exist, or maybe I should say nonprofit organizations only exist, and they only focus on research. That's all they do is focus on research. And you know, some of the bigger organizations do that. You know some of them. So our pillars are education, advocacy, and research. So I talked a lot about education and research, education and advocacy. With research, we've mentioned the patient registry. That's a big part of what we do. But we also have a grants program, which continues to evolve. Our grants program follows the NIH, National Institute of Health, gold standards. So we have a review panel, we have a very stringent scoring process, vetting process, so that we are only funding the most competitive, cutting edge, innovative research projects. So as I talked to you about increasing the research, the amount of research that we fund, the projects are getting more and more interesting because we've expanded that. We've expanded our entire grant program to be global. And so instead of getting maybe 5 or 6 applications, we're getting closer to, 17 applications. And that's really exciting to have options as far as research to fund. So I want to be sure to share that with you too, because that's a really important part of what we do, and you should know about that too. Okay, so I've taken enough time. We started a little late. I'm very excited to share with you that we are going to now share where we're having the 2025 conference. And the 2025 conference is going to be in Phoenix. Yes. Yep. It will be in late March, not the exact same time frame as this conference, but we're really looking forward to that. Can't wait to see you all again at that conference. We'll have some new friends yet again joining us then. And then lastly, I do want to acknowledge a couple people. So when you're I don't actually know if they're all in the room, but if you are in the room, I'd like you to stand. So this is another thing that we're doing, we should be doing, is we're trying to do a better job of engaging our volunteers. We have so many volunteers that plug in so many meaningful ways. But we decided that we really needed to have some national ambassadors that really could take engagement and help us build awareness in different ways. And so they really will take on this role to be communicating with the community more. They'll post on social media, they'll attend different events as ambassadors. And it's really, it's lot of time and energy that they're willing to donate, and we're very, very grateful for that. But let me just share who our national ambassadors are. And if you're in the room and you can, I'd love for you to stand because I'd like you to get acknowledged. Tom Bartlett. Hannah Ensor. Hannah, she's out. Okay, that's it. She's usually right next to you. Okay. Betty Ajueshi. Jenny Clark. Greg Josephs. Thank you, Greg. Priscilla Forrester. Did she go out with Hannah? You ladies, you just kill me. You're crazy. I mean, you're always off doing something together. Okay. Thank you so much to our ambassadors. It means so much to us that you've signed on to do this. And I know we're going to do great work together, and the community is just going to be so appreciative of your efforts. So thank you. All right. That's it, guys. I'll see you later when we come back up to close up the program. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jenna Mbalo. I'm the National Director of Patient Registry and Industry Affairs at the MGFA. And it's my pleasure to introduce today's speaker, Paul Strumph. Paul has served on the board of directors of the MGFA since 2020, where he's currently the volunteer lead for the MGFA Global MG Patient Registry. He's the chair of the Governance and Nominating Committee, and he received the 2022 Impact Award, which recognizes a volunteer who has changed the trajectory of the MGFA. Paul is Chief Medical Officer at Syraxis Pharmaceuticals and has more than 20 years of experience in the pharmaceutical development field. Paul has personal experience with the chronic autoimmune diseases, and he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and MG in 2019. Paul received his undergraduate degree from Wesleyan University, his MD with distinction in research from the University of Rochester, and completed residency training in combined internal medicine and pediatrics at Emory University. Please welcome Dr. Paul Strumph.
Yeah. Now I have to do a really good job after an introduction like that. So Jenna told me that she would just say a few words and I would be able to introduce myself, but obviously that's not going to happen. And I just need to get oriented with my slides. There we are. Okay, so this is the patient registry call to action, and I'm going to introduce the registry and a little more information. I know you've heard about it at this meeting, and hopefully by the time you're done listening, you'll be able to give an elevator pitch on the registry. We are going to briefly touch on the publications of the registry, some findings from a demographic study. So that's evaluating the registry data with respect to information that the people who are in the registry, have put self-reported. And we're actually going to do a virtual patient registry enrollment. And so that you don't witness technical internet failures, I did this in my room and then took screenshots. So there's very low risk of failure except the speaker not being good. Then we'll have Q&A. So this, as I mentioned, is a call to action. And first, I want to put everyone here on the spot. I want to get to, I really want to get to know the audience. And so what do I mean by that? And I know that this is going to be, an event where you may not want to raise your hand, but I'd love for you to try to raise your hand. So how many in the room have MG? Okay, so that's about more than half the room. Okay. Now, for those with MG, how many of you have enrolled in the registry? Okay, wow. That is probably a little over half of the people in the room with MG. And of those who enrolled in the registry, how many did so at this conference? All right, so fewer, but we actually are very happy to report more than 40 people signed up for the registry at this conference so far. And I say so far because the computers are open for people to sign up after this talk. For those in the registry, how many have entered your personal data in the past 2 years? So I would say that that's probably a quarter of the people who are in the registry. And for those who are in the registry, how many have added your data to the winter update? That's the update that's available now and will go offline in about a week. All right, so I would say that that's like a fifth or a sixth of the people who are in the registry. So it's just very interesting that we have people who made a commitment to be in the registry, and we have people who have entered data in the past, and fewer have entered data for this version that is every 6-month update. So would love to have you interact with the panel so that we can try to understand maybe the barriers to your continued entry of data into the registry. And this is going to be a fun discussion with the panel, and first part of the talk just think of as context for this. So what I'd like to talk to you about is the research initiatives. Sam touched on them, and she described the pillars of the MGFA, and the registry falls under the research pillar. And we also have partnerships that aren't shown here with MGNet and the Myasthenia Gravis Rare Disease Network. MGFA has increased our grant cycles from 2 a year to 3 to fund the most promising research. And examples of research include the Nancy Law Impact Award, the High Impact Project Grant Program, and the Jackie McSpadden Postdoctoral Fellowship Award. And you can see that for an organization with a history such as we have, we've taken advantage of being able to attack this disease through research through many avenues. And there's always more ways to engage in research. The registry itself is not a something that is loose and without rules. We are highly regulated. We are HIPAA compliant, so your data is safe in the registry. And by safe, what I mean is you are not identified by any means when the data is aggregated for the purposes of saying how many people are LRP4 positive. The personal identifying information is not traceable in that analysis. And when the registry data is assessed and published, the investigators who come up with the ideas for manuscripts, and then those are assessed by a review committee, they actually say what endpoints they'd like to look at: male versus female, age of onset, LRP4 positive, and they set up endpoints for a study. So the registry is an ongoing study, and that analysis is done in-house by our partner, Alexion Health, which is where the registry data is housed. But the data itself is not available except in summary tables, you know, with percent female, percent male, et cetera, down to the level of anything that would allow them to pinpoint you. And also would like to let people know that in terms of how the registry can reach out to you and see if you want to be in a trial, that is a street that the sponsors, the people running the trials, they don't know who you are. So we have a list of people who have agreed that they can be reached out to. The MGFA will push information to those people and say, you know, are you potentially interested in a trial? And here's the key. The email will say, if you're interested, click this link. then that will take you to the trial site and you can provide, if you want, your identifying information. But your identifying information is not known to where that link goes to unless you actually fill it out. The registry itself is under the Research Advisory Council and the Medical and Scientific Advisory Council, and there's a specific research committee of the board of directors. And so that is the oversight of the registry. In terms of the Global Patient Registry, I realize that we've got two huge screens here, but they're so far away from people that you can't read it at all. So the left part of the slide summarizes the intersections of the registry data with various teams at pharma companies and academic research centers. What I will stress later in the presentation is the value of the registry data to the patient. So this slide doesn't show the data to the patient, except when things get published, when studies get finished, there is general value to the patient. But in terms of, direct the information going to you, that is not the purpose of this slide. In the middle and the right-hand part of the slide, we divide the registry data into discrete packages. So you heard me talk about a demographics paper. Right now, a demographics paper is being created. It will be submitted to a meeting as an abstract. That's, the first data is now analyzed, then it's submitted to a meeting typically, and then it is submitted as an abstract to a scientific journal. And we're in the phase now of getting ready to submit it as a scientific journal and also have it presented at appropriate scientific meetings. And it includes things like I mentioned: age, gender, sex, what state people live in, employment status, income status. It's also important to know that the registry itself in the every 6-month survey goes over the MG-ADL and the MG Quality of Life 15R, 2 scales that are patient-reported outcomes. And then we also have your self-reported data on your antibody status and other aspects of your disease, how often it gets worse, how often is the exacerbation, and also whether you've had a thymectomy and specific treatment that you're on. Also really important to know is the healthcare resource use. So we ask you questions about ICU visits, ER visits, and hospitalizations. All right, so this slide summarizes the registry platform and how it receives your data twice a year for a study that has been ongoing since 2013. So this is an incredible longitudinal database. If you're able to enter your data every 6 months, we get to see how a particular person changes with respect to MG over time. And it's that over time information that is critical. This is just similar to the Framingham Heart Study, the famous study that let people understand, what happens with heart disease over decades. Our goal is to understand the same thing about myasthenia gravis over decades. In addition, the registry allows you to track your MG status within the website of the host, Alira. That is not to be confused with the MG registry that Sam mentioned. So just as people sometimes on their phones have Facebook and Instagram, and they're both Meta products, you can enter your MG-ADL into the MGFA app, and there is also a potential if you're at the registry site. All right, so let's move on to registry immersion. Here's just a small list of publications since the registry was started. And what I want to draw your attention to is the titles. On the left, we have gender and quality of life in myasthenia gravis at the top. In the middle, we have the impact of refractory myasthenia gravis on quality of life. On the top right, we have a longitudinal, so over time analysis of disease burden for refractory and non-refractory generalized myasthenia gravis. So all these papers are a direct result of data that was entered by you people who registered for the registry. And this is analyzed, and this information gets out into the scientific community and allows your doctors to understand the disease better and to potentially be aware of things about your disease that they weren't taught in medical school or fellowship, and also to understand how medicines change over time in patients. So let's go over some demographic data. The first is that the registry is 61% female, 39% male. This is, as you would expect, based on the reporting elsewhere of the incidence of myasthenia in male versus female. What is also interesting is the employment status. 34% of people with myasthenia are employed full-time. There are some people employed part-time, and there is a large group that is unemployed either due to retirement or other reasons. And in the demographics paper there, we will be diving deeper into the reasons that characterize people who are unemployed. So I'm just sharing with you very high-level information, but all of these areas here have different levels that can be examined, and that's just what's so wonderful about a database like this. Here, based on the talks that we heard yesterday, is probably one of the more interesting slides to you. This is the antibody serostatus of nearly 2,200 patients. And as you might expect, ACH receptor antibody positivity is present in 54%. We're going to go clockwise. LRP4 is very small, 0.4%. We've got MuSK at 4.4%. We have seronegative at 27% and status unknown or unsure at 14%. So this is where the rubber hits the road, because as you've heard over the past 2 days, different therapies are approved based on your antibody status, and it is understanding what percent of patients in our population have a certain antibody status, and then diving down to understand how those diseases are different that could actually help companies when they're developing medicines to even choose the endpoints they want to study. Because maybe it is that the people who are LRP4 positive, they have a distinct set of ADL reported outcomes that change differently over time than other people. And we won't know unless we examine the registry for that information. So this data is very valuable to so many people. I wanted to share with you comorbidities. I don't want to share comorbidities with you, but I want you to be aware of the comorbidities with myasthenia gravis. So these are diseases that people with myasthenia are also reporting. They're sorted from most common to least common. What's not surprising at all is at the top, high blood pressure, high cholesterol are very prevalent. Depression is known to exist in this population. People with chronic diseases frequently have depression. What was very interesting to me, but it shouldn't be surprising, is if you look in the middle, you can see a bunch of autoimmune diseases. If we look at autoimmune thyroid disease, inflammatory bowel disease, ulcerative colitis, other autoimmune diseases, rheumatoid arthritis, a large percentage of people with myasthenia have those other autoimmune diseases. And this is very helpful for you as patients to be aware of, your physicians to be aware of, your healthcare providers to be aware of. This is really interesting. So if you look at the female graph, that's red. What I want to draw to your attention is, think of it as a bell curve. So it goes like this, and my voice is going like that. I don't know why, but I'll get it fixed. Maybe it's my myasthenia, but I think it's the mic. If you take a look at that bell curve for females, you see where it peaks at 445. The first symptoms by decade of life is between age 31 and 40. Now, I hate to say it to this audience, but close your other eye and look at the blue. So if you look at the male bell curve, you see, like many things in life, males compared to females are delayed, and their first symptoms by decade of life is delayed to 61 to 70 years old. I mean, this is just so interesting. And so you know what the next slide is going to be. The next slide is going to be age at diagnosis. And you're right. The next slide will show that people were diagnosed well after the first symptom. So take a look as we go to the next slide. You can see that female curve shifted over and the male curve shifted over. And I'm going to just make you sick by going back. You can see that the symptoms start earlier than the diagnosis, and we really want to get those two closer. We would really like diagnosis to occur much closer to symptoms. This information would not be known unless you self-reported it into the registry. Okay, how to participate? Oh, I'm doing great for time. Okay, so you go to mgregistry.org. How many times have you heard that? What does it mean? So the registry is sponsored by MGFA. It is hosted by an organization because we are not experts in keeping, I guess we're experts in asking you for money and keeping your data from that perspective, but we're not qualified to keep your health information because that requires a whole bunch of other strict categories and adherence to different federal laws that have to do with asking you for money continuously. Right, Craig? Okay. So you go to mgregistry.org, and I'm going to show you how. Again, mgregistry.org. You can go to the MGFA website. That's an easy way. How many times have you heard go to the website? I mean, there's so much stuff on that website. How do you find it? And I'm a little wary of sharing this because this is my screenshot. And now you can see my life. I'm as boring as I appear. But as you can see on the upper right, MGR survey is right there. But this is not about my life. This is about the MG website. And so you go on the MG website to research because this is under the research pillar. All right, so I clicked on the research tab, and at the very top, MGFA Global MG Patient Registry. The screen is too far, so I'm just going to pretend I'm tapping it. You tap on that, and there you get to this. And again, so close and yet so far. Now, you see the little button on the left where it says go to mgregistry.org. You click that, and then you get to the landing page. All right, so this is where you want to be. So that's how you get to the landing page. You can do it from the MG website, but who needs that when you've got Google, right? So from Google, for those who use the address bar at the top of a Google screen, you just put mgregistry.org. Like I'm pointing like you don't. There's a screen right here. You mgregistry.org. You enter that, and then that takes you right to the landing page. Now, if you use Google the usual way, that you enter mgregistry.org right under the beautiful Google, it comes up with a typical Google list, right? And then you click on that first one, and that will bring you to the landing page. So I've shown you 3 different ways to get to the landing page. Now you know how to get there. I hope I didn't bore you, but now we're going to do some interesting things. What do you do after the landing page? All right. So you scroll down, and at first when you get to the landing page, there'll be options if you're already registered, and then you scroll down a little further and it says if you want to enroll, click these buttons. I'm really old, so I click the button on the left that says use your computer. I don't click the button that says use the mobile app, and that's just me. So we click that button and you get here, and you are able to click the button on the right that says create a free account. And then you create a free account, you create a username and a password, and then for the rest of time, you can get there. But what does getting there look like? I want to show you. So I clicked the create an account, and Alira should know that I registered as John Doe with a birth date of 1960 and entered false data. So we'll erase that. So to get started, tell us about yourself, first name, last name, gender. I'm showing you this, something you can't read, because I want to just explain that this, when you use the system, always scroll down, because you want to try to go to the next screen, but unless you click the button at the very bottom that says, I agree to the terms of use, you can't get to the next screen. So if you get stuck, try scrolling down on a screen and seeing if there's something you were supposed to click. All right, so I click that button, I hit next. This comes up, I'm 0% complete. I'm very competitive, I'm very sad because I'm 0% complete. I hit next, and now it's trying to be funny. It says, hey there. I read that, I hit next, and then it tells you, you can complete the surveys and you fill out the questionnaires. and you can take a break and your data won't be lost. When you sign in again, you will get right back to where you were. So you don't have to do it all in one sitting. And it takes about half an hour. So it's not extremely long, but just realize you can come back to it. I hit next. And ready to get started? Yes, I'm very ready to get started. I hit next. And that's all for now. So I did all that and that's all for now. But then you hit next and you get where you want to go. Now I want to explain this screen. This is a screen of choices from USF Health, which is the company hosting the registry. You, for the purposes of this talk, you don't want to be distracted by all those other boxes. You want to go to the bottom left where it says, welcome to the MG Global Patient Registry. Now, you can go back to the site and do anything you want on those other boxes, and you can enter information and add an appointment calendar or your daily vitals. But for the purposes of this talk, we want to go to that screen that says Patient Registry. So you go there, you get another screen, welcome to the Patient Registry, you hit next. It tells you if you have questions, you can contact people, and you have to scroll down. You see that gray sidebar. I tried to hit next and I couldn't get to next, but that's because I didn't scroll down and tap I have read and agree with the above information. So it's just like getting an Apple phone, I guess. You just have to make sure you hit you agree. And again, it brings you to a bunch of choices. You want to look for the one that has to do with the registry. So here it's the last one, enroll in the MG registry. You've already done part A. That's giving your information, your name, your date of birth, actually just your name, a username and password. Now you're going to enroll in the registry. That's part B. And then you get started. And it wants to know how many places, where did you live and how many places for at least 12 months. You enter the number of places, you hit next, and then it asks you what country you live in. This is truly a global registry, and we'll be able to analyze the data based on countries people are from. And there you go. You start the journey. So while I'm calling the panel up, are there any questions I can address? And I'd like to invite the panel to come up here. All right. Jenna is going to actually introduce the panel because she does such a wonderful job of introducing people. And I've been told that I'm not a good introducer.
Hi, everyone, again. We've got a great panel up here. So Paul will be moderating. Thank you, Paul. And then we have some familiar faces. First, we have Dr. Habib. Dr. Habib is a board certified. They know you? Okay. So Dr. Habib also serves on the Registry Advisory Council and plays a significant role in helping us with the decisions we make around the patient registry. So thank you, Dr. Habib. And then we have Tom. We remember Tom from yesterday. Tom is also a new member of the Registry Advisory Council. He's offering the patient perspective and able to help work with Dr. Habib and the rest of the group here. So welcome, Tom. And then I'd like to introduce Renee. Renee is the Senior Director and MGFA Partnership Lead at USF Health, who Paul mentioned is our partner within the registry. And she focuses on patient-generated data to help inform the research that helps us to make decisions around the registry and the research as well. So welcome, Renee.
All right. We are all going to take a seat. And first, I'm going to ask Renee to correct any mistakes I made in my presentation of the registry. I didn't make many mistakes to add additional information. I'm going to move the chair. What about the problem? I feel so lonely going over here. Maybe I'll come down.
Here,
Oh.
squish.
Yeah, squish over. All right.
Just don't fall off, Ali. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, great. Well, Paul, I thought did a wonderful job with the demo. And I think it's great that you showed all the different ways to reach the landing page. The one minor correction I will make is that when you do get to that enrollment section, after you've gone through the welcome screen, that welcome screen really functions as a consent to ensure that we do have your permission to include your data in the registry. And then please do look at both parts A and B. And once you're on that screen, after you've completed the enrollment, when the follow-up surveys become available twice a year, you'll find a similar box will pop up, and you'll of course receive emails to alert you to when that happens. And if you do prefer to use a mobile app or a mobile version of the website, just go to that mgregistry.org website from your phone and tap the button under option 2. And then whether you have an Android or an Apple, that button will take you to the correct app store. And you'll be able to download the app and follow the exact same steps as Paul showed. So great job.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Habib if you could think of 2 ways that the registry data.
Dr. Habib had to step away for just
Oh.
a moment.
Here, okay,
He was there and he's not.
yeah. Wow, things change quickly.
Yeah.
So Tom, I'll ask you the question.
Okay.
It's a twofer. You know, you've been exposed to the registry, your data is in the registry. How do you think of it as valuable to both yourself and others?
My opinion on that is based on my background. I used to work for a life science consulting firm. And data is paramount, and understanding data and the data that's available to the researchers, and then the data accuracy, that is critical for a researcher to be able to go out and do what they're intending to do. And so the registry allows us to have that information directly from patients. So where the folks that are doing research, they understand that this is data that has been vetted and then can be used specifically for what they're looking to do their research for.
Thank you. I'm going to turn off this mic. And maybe I can borrow that. You turn it on. Okay. I am very interested, and I do mean to put people on the spot, but in a good way. I'm very interested in people who are in the registry, but have chosen for whatever reason not to enter their data within the past 2 years or the past 6 months. Are there people who would at least volunteer who haven't entered their data recently, and just share with us, you know, what initially excited you about the registry and what we can do to get you to yes, to putting your data back in?
My problem was I was diagnosed in 2009, so I was part of the initial registry, and my email address is no longer the same. So when I tried to get back into the registry, I couldn't access it anymore. So I have checked back in, and I'm expecting someone to help me re-register and then link the 2 accounts, which would be under my old email and now adding my new email. So
Okay.
it's kind of where I am right now, is just trying to get back into it after the whole platform changed and my time of being too sick to follow up with it over the past few years.
Thank you. And of course, I'm going to turn that over to Renee for a solution.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have a chance to speak yesterday. So if anyone has participated and it's been several years, because the platform changed, the interface where you'll enter your data is changed, We do still have your data in the registry. And when you start to contribute data again, we'll be able to link your previous entries with your new entries. The most efficient way to do that is if you're still using the same email address as you were before, simply create a free account using that same email. I know it seems confusing that you need to create an account even though you were enrolled before. It's because you're creating that Health Storylines account to enter the platform. And that will automatically connect your previous records, and you will see the follow-up questionnaire when you enter that screen that Paul showed with the different tiles. Now, if you have changed your email address, as many have as time goes on and your domain may have changed, you may change your name or just simply start a new email account, that's also fine. Simply use your new email account that you wish to use moving forward to create a free account and just send us an email to the help line or support line. You can reach out to either the MGFA or directly to our team. There's a support section of that screen where you can tap and send us an email, and we'll connect you in the back end and make sure you're getting the correct survey to fill out so that you don't need to repeat the enrollment and you'll get the follow-up. But there is a person available from our team who will answer your technical questions if you do run into issues. There's a phone line that you can call into, a chat bot that you can interact with, or you can send us an email. And Adrian, who's our customer service manager, will happily set up a Zoom call with you or get you on the phone to talk you through whatever issue you may be having. So he loves to hear from you guys, and we're happy to help with any hiccups that may arise.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like, see, that wasn't painful. Is there anyone else who would like to volunteer what it would take to get you back to yes?
We have a hand up over here on the side of the
Okay.
room.
Hi, so it's a little embarrassing because I'm an MGFA volunteer, right? I should be totally up to date on the registry. So I registered at the last conference and it took me a solid 30 minutes to go through the ADL, the Q1, the all the different symptom things. And I am so busy. I work full time. I volunteer. I don't know where I'm going to find another spare 30 minutes. And I think probably a lot of other folks kind of feel the same way. Do you have any tips on that?
Well, the database, is complete. Maybe it's too complete. The only thing we can ask is, would you consider, because it will remember where you stopped when you previously left off, could you maybe do 10 minutes a day or 5 minutes a day? That'll get you there eventually. Can't think of a better way. Tom, do you have a suggestion?
Not necessarily better than that. I think one of the things we want to remember too is that we start with the information that we're putting in, but we're not asked to go back every month or every week or whatever it is. Once our data is in there, we'll need to update it when we're requested, twice a year. But it's really, you need to get through that first part, and then the scientists are going to leverage that data. So if we can get through that, you do it in stages, then I think that's great. And do the updates when they're asked.
Thank you. Anyone else so we can get to yes? I feel like I'm selling something.
Thank you. I have the same issue. Way too many plates in the air. I know I registered way back when. I think I did the first update. I ignored the email for the next update. So while I certainly do not want any more emails in my inbox, perhaps another reminder would have been helpful. But also, I'm kind of the same. Yeah, please don't put more emails in my inbox, except this one I'm asking you to. But if I go in and I say, okay, I have 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and I go in and do that, I don't know if there's a system set up kind of like a abandoned cart type email that said, hey, just FYI, you didn't fill out everything, just the kind of that little email reminder, put it back to the top of my inbox that say, oh, right, because otherwise I will forget and I won't go back. So that abandoned cart type email or reminder that say, hey, thank you for starting. You didn't finish. Click this link, make it super, super easy. That would get me to finish it.
Of course, this is going to Renee.
Yeah, absolutely. So with the new Health Storylines platform, in addition to being able to take those breaks, that is one benefit that once you've started that survey, if a few days go by and we don't see you coming back in to check, you will get that reminder. And then a few days before the survey closes, we'll also send a note to everyone to let you know there's a few more days available to complete your follow-up for this period. And it really does, we all recognize that, in addition to the busy lives that everyone leads, you all have additional self-care, community care needs that take time and energy. So the investment that you all are making in filling out the survey really does mean a lot. And we look forward to being able to share, even more about the benefits of the data and how the research community are leveraging those insights. I know sometimes it feels like you're just one person. If my survey doesn't get finished, it won't be the end of the world. There's thousands of others, but every person's experience of MG being so unique and the different combination of which medications you've been able to try, what your antibody status is, what symptoms you had, how long you've been diagnosed. There's so much rich information that all of you are able to share. And Dr. Habib talked about that yesterday as well, that, if the physicians aren't taking detailed enough clinical histories to really make sure that you have the most robust diagnosis and had access to all of the testing that we've also heard about, this is really where researchers can get into that level of information by hearing it firsthand from all of you yourselves.
Yeah.
Just to comment on that too, is that the data collection isn't a test. And I think when we see lists of questions were being tested in all of this, we do what we can. And we do what we can when we can. And the contribution that we make as patients, that you heard me yesterday, 1 is better than 0. So if we continue with that philosophy, I think that's the idea that we want to do to help the researchers out. And then with my role now here, you can reach out to me because I will be the one that will be a pain in the ass to say, hey, we need to fix this. And so I'm going to be that patient voice to say, all right, we need to figure out how to simplify this maybe, and then respond to what the patients are going through. And I hadn't told them that, but so you all know at the same time.
Okay, I have a comment to make listening to this. I was gonna try not to cry, but all of a sudden I started crying. I just want to point out something. I didn't see all of the hands of every patient go up. And what I want to say is that there are 2 of us at this table that have had myasthenia gravis pretty much since we were toddlers. But one of us was diagnosed and had a thymectomy at 9 years old, and the other of us was not. And I've had symptoms since I was 4 years old. And I'm looking at I'm a little long in the tooth now, so I'm looking at an old medical record of mine as I'm speaking to all of you. When I used to go into the hospital, into the emergency room, unable to breathe, and I've only found a couple, most of them are gone, but one of them is when I was 15 years old. And what I now realize was that my diaphragm was failing, and I was probably in some very mild myasthenic crisis, and it was characterized as epigastric pain. It was also characterized as anxiety. And of course, many medical doctors came into the room and started talking to me, separated me from my mother. And it was sort of this line of questioning where, they were wondering if there was something going on at home and whatnot. You get the idea, sort of the CPS type deal. And I went through this as a minor. When I was 16, one of the first things I did was I got my driver's license so I could start going to the doctor to figure out what was wrong with me. When I see something like the patient registry and the detail that's gone into it to ask the questions, the right questions, the question that says, how old were you when you were diagnosed? How old were you when your symptoms started? Those kind of questions. What other comorbidities do you have? I can tell you that my medical record is riddled with inaccuracies, and some are outright lies that I made up because I was worried about the way that they were questioning me and attacking my mother. Even as a child, I keyed in on that. So for everyone that's in this room and that is a patient, I will say, please join that registry. It is a chance to have your voice heard. It is a chance for the researchers and the medical professionals that are on our side to get an accurate clinical picture of what MG is really like. Someone will look at me and say, oh, 4 years old, there's no way. Well, I'm sorry, but that's my story and it's not changing. And I lived it. And so when I look at something like this is our one chance to get our voice heard. And I just really encourage all of you to join that patient registry. Because what breaks my heart is this is continuing. This is continuing for young children like myself and for young women. It's disproportionately affects women that are suffering through this and that are being gaslit and whose narratives are being rewritten for them. So those are the comments that I wanted to make. And I want to thank all of you for putting this together.
Yep, thank you very much. That's really appreciated. One implication of what you said reminded me that I really did not stress enough that the purpose of the registry is helping everyone in this room who raised their hand, do you have MG? We've heard talks, we've seen information throughout this conference that it takes too long to diagnose. The symptoms aren't really known by the healthcare providers, and the impact of the disease, you really can't learn from a book. You can only learn from a patient. The registry is a way, if you will, to set the record straight, maybe not for a specific person and what happened, a while ago, but moving forward. If people who care for people with MG understand the disease better, it can only help us in this room with MG and outside this room with MG. And so the plea I have is we're not aware of a better way to move the health system forward to more thoroughly understand MG. And it may be that we're just not communicating that effectively to you all, and would love to, have conversations with you after this, if you don't want to get on the mic or don't want to, do it here, but we want to do everything we can to make things better. Any other questions from the audience?
I'd just like to say something real quickly to everybody. We do have a medical emergency outside of this room. So a lot of people get up after sessions. Please do not go outside. They need to have space for the ambulance. So please stay in this room. We just can't have traffic back there because people are coming and going, and we need to keep that limited right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Any questions from the audience before oh, yes. I feel like I'm on one of
Okay,
these
right
old
here.
talk shows.
No, right here, Paul. It's okay. And then as you see, we
I
have
want it
some
to be
company
I
in
want
the
to be
room
Maury
now.
Kovic.
So we'll do one more question and then
It's right there.
Oh.
Green jacket.
right here. Okay.
I'm trying to speak on behalf of about 14 people I've spoken to so far at this conference. One of our difficulties with anything technical like your registry is that we don't know the answers. So it'll say, how soon did it start? Well, I don't know. I really don't. I know when I was diagnosed, and then they said, oh, well, maybe that long ago incident could have been MG. We don't know. Can we go back in? Can we change it? We're not aware of our history like that lucky woman who just spoke. And then the other thing is of the 14 women that I spoke to, we all have kind of a brain fog that we're told it's not part of MG. But when you start doing something stressful like a screen and you don't know the right answer, you put it away, because the more important thing is, how do you eat? How do you go to the bathroom? How do you answer the telephone? It just becomes not that important when you're comparing it to secondary things. So even though we understand the universal importance and we agree that it's also going to help us in the long run, it's very, very difficult to know the answers, and it's very difficult to give it the priority that it needs. So if there is some way that you could layer it let us answer what we do know. And then later we'll go back and change something that we don't know. But it's very, very difficult.
Thank you so much for sharing that perspective. It is real. We recognize that. And like Tom said before, the registry should not feel like a test or like homework or an obligation that you have to the community. For every question, there is an unknown option, and answering that shouldn't feel like a failure. It doesn't mean that you don't know yourself well enough. It doesn't mean that you should know more. It's not anyone's fault if they don't understand the full depth of their condition. Even the best neurologists in the country don't know enough about MG. So if anyone, as I suspect many in this room feel, because I've spoken to many patients with many chronic and rare diseases through my career, feel this way, they feel this guilt that I don't even know. If I'm a patient, I'm supposed to be an expert, and I don't even know this about my condition, what's wrong with me? Please alleviate yourself from that feeling, because it is work that we as researchers need to do to listen better, to understand your experience better, and equip you with the knowledge as we gain it. So we want to be on this journey with you, and you can always enter unknown or not applicable, and whatever answers you are able to provide will help. Because even looking at a question and seeing that, 20 to 80%, let's say, of the community don't know the answer to this, then that identifies a very clear research question that we need to address and spend more time on trying to help you understand. And we also can use that same service to have technical questions answered. You can answer this as a conversation with Adrian. He will happily redo the questions, take your answers, and enter that data for you in the registry so that you don't have to navigate a screen. If your eyes are tired, if you don't have the time to read it and try and navigate the website, he will happily have that conversation with you. So please don't be afraid to leverage that resource as well.
Yeah, and very pragmatically, there are some responses that you can't move on from unless you put something down. You don't have to remember not applicable, NA, or unknown. You just put something there that is similar to that, and that will allow you to move to the next screen. I think Tom wanted to have a closing comment, and then we will let you, we don't want to keep you away from the dogs.
When you collect data and you talk to the researchers, and we looked at the number that we got about 3,500 registrants. And when I saw that, I said, well, that's awesome. Except when then you're looking at research, you can never have enough data. So that's why we need to continue to contribute, talk to the folks tell them about the registry, and tell them you're helping the researchers refine those percentages. And maybe adding another 10,000, we will get much more refinement on the ambiguity of those numbers. So that's what
Thank you to the panel. Thank you so much to the audience. And thank you for considering the registry.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daryl Lee, and I serve as the Director of Finance at the MGFA. It is my privilege, to introduce Megan Miller, Manager of Patient Education at Alexion, along with the team from the Golden Retriever Rescue of Mid-Florida. They're going to go over they're going to go over the Hearts of Gold therapy program that they offer. But one thing, a bookkeeping item, the next session will start at 10:45. So there will be a change to the agenda, and 10:45 will be the next item, the next session. All right, well, enough of me. Puppies.
I mean, I don't really think anybody's gonna listen to me at this point. They're way cuter than I am, but before we get started, I just want to thank everybody. We're very happy to be wrapping up the last day and bringing you guys. I spent the last hour with them and I don't want to go home anymore, but you guys are going to hear from Ginger. Back in 2019, she had a puppy who inspired her to start a service dog from the Golden Retriever Rescue Group. So I will not bore you. We're going to get to the dogs as fast as we can. And I'm going to introduce to you guys Ginger so she can tell you a little bit more about Hearts of Gold.
Yeah. I want to thank Alexion for having us here today and inviting us. When I got the email from Boston, from Christine, I was delighted to be able to share with you. I'm getting emotional. The power of therapy dogs and what our teams do. Maddie, sit. We will get you company in a minute. Thanks, honey. No, we don't. They can sit right down here, and they're fine. I want to introduce our teams that have traveled across the state to be here today. I'm Ginger. I'm the program director for Hearts of Gold Therapy Program. From the East Coast, I have my girl Madison, who's deciding she's going to partake with everybody here. She's a rescue from our rescue organization. I have Lisi. Just raise your hand. She has Cody, who's the golden doodle that was rescued from our rescue group, and Gabby. And then we have Tony with Ruby. Where's Tony? Right here with our mini golden doodle. From the North Central, which is up in the villages, I have Barbara, who moved there, you are, Barb, who came down from the villages with Bella, who is also one of our rescues. And our West Coast teams that are represented here today have Charlie with Lala, who's a rescue. Michelle is not here. She may join us later in the other reef room. Dan with BT over there, and Jay with Tiva. Where are you, Jay? Okay. And then we have Gary, because in case you didn't notice, the little one that came with us, the St. Bernard Thor. So
We're in timeout over here in the corner, Thor and I.
So again, thank you very much for having us here. It's a pleasure for Alexion to have us come and talk to you about the power of therapy dogs. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide. Am I supposed to say yes? Oh, I have the control? This could be dangerous. Okay, let's see. Not that one. No?
We actually don't have your slides. We weren't given the slides.
Sent the program to you. Okay.
In the meantime, Ginger, do you want to do Q&A before, while they work on that? I'm over here.
Okay, I didn't bring what all the slides say, so this is gonna be a really thing. Our Hearts of Gold program, the therapy rescue program was started in 1991. Since then, we have rescued 4,270 dogs. We rescue and rehome them. They are vetted from head to toe before they're allowed to be adopted. And in 2019, we decided to expand our outreach program to the communities by doing Hearts of Gold, which is our therapy program. When we started back in 2019, we started with 12 teams. We have now gone to 107 teams right now. With last year, we finished 591 events, and that equated to 1,800 volunteer hours that our teams do. We are a strictly 501c organization, the rescue and the therapy program. So we're all volunteers. Many of us work and then volunteer our time. All the handlers own the dogs. So. Oh, I can't believe this. Okay. Hearts of Gold, all the notes are on the slide. This is terrible. This is really bad. I have a thumb drive in my thing that has it. Okay. I know. You're good at pivoting. I'm good at dogs. That's my forte. All right.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna go around the room. I know everybody wants to take pictures and love up on these dogs. There will be an opportunity after to interact with them in the room where Alexion is. But in the meantime, if anybody has any questions about the dogs, about the rescue, about, Ginger and the team's mission, raise your hand. Even if you guys want to know how heavy Thor is. He doesn't come with a saddle either. I tried. I'm going to get a lot of steps in today. All right.
Is there a way to tell if a dog is a good candidate to be trained?
I'm sorry.
Is there a way to tell if a dog is a good candidate to be trained?
Yes, there is. The dog, you can't create a therapy dog. It has to be in the soul of the dog. There's our personalities that we look for, that they're eager to greet someone. They are calm. There's no jumping or barking. A lot of these dogs, since they come from different areas, we get together for large conferences to have enough to pass around and have the families do it. So the dogs have to be able to work with dogs that they don't see all the time. And all our dogs do that. If you go to a canine good citizen, it teaches you to work as a team. You pretty much know if the dog has the ability to do therapy work. All our dogs wear vests, and everybody knows if you see a dog with a vest, please ask if that dog is, a service dog, so that you don't interrupt what they're doing with the handler. Because therapy dogs do not have any legal rights. Our dogs give comfort. They help reduce anxiety, help reduce blood pressure. They're there for the community, but we have to be invited into a facility or an establishment. We can't just put a vest on the dog and walk in. Comfort dogs work for an individual. They are strictly that individual's dog. They are not a dog that can go out and give comfort to people in the public. And then you have the service dogs covered underneath the American Disabilities Act. Service dogs help people with medical issues. It can be where they sense diabetes, blind people use a service dog, people with balance have the larger dogs so that they can maneuver. There's all different types of service dogs, and those are the ones covered on the Disabilities Act. They cannot be turned away from any public transportation or public venues. So they have the legal rights. So those are basically the three kinds. I mean, people can go online and for $25 get say my dog is a comfort dog, and now it can go with me anywhere. And it kind of gives a bad rap to the rest of us that are trying to be, legally doing things. Our dogs visit a lot of places. They can go up to an autistic child and totally reduce their sensory overload in a flash. They're very good at working with the elderly on opening communication gaps where somebody has shut down. The dog, after petting the dog, they start to open up and go back to a happy place and remember things. And they will start verbally communicating. It happened with Cody at a facility that we visited, where the person was there for 2 weeks and never spoke. And Cody was able to open up that communication gap. So they do some amazing things. We also go to library readings. We get a lot of people that find that the children gain a lot of confidence and will upgrade their library reading levels up 5 times greater, just working with the dogs and reading to the dogs on a once weekly basis for 8 weeks. So the dogs do a lot of very good for the public.
We have another question.
We
I
have a
think
question over here.
couple.
We have a question over here.
Sure.
All right.
My question is, what is the number of years this dog can be trained or serve the, I guess, what they are chosen for?
Okay, that depends upon the dog. Dogs that start at a young age obviously can do therapy work longer. Dogs, it takes about a year, maybe a year and a half, depends on how fast the dog will learn and how much time the handler or the owner wants to put into the training of the dog. Some dogs work quickly, other dogs learn at a slower pace. If the dog ends up with hip problems or mobility issues, then obviously it's not going to be able to do as much in later years as it was in the earlier years. When we get our therapy teams, we try and match them up to facilities. Dogs that are older and have mobility issues, we will go to a facility where everybody meets in one big gathering room. So the dog only has a small area that they have to walk to greet the people. Dogs that are younger can do room to room in hospital settings. Thor and Lala work at St. Peter's Hospital, and they do a 2-hour, sometimes 2.5-hour stretch of just going through and visiting all the staffs, all the offices, nurses' stations, and some patients on special requests. So they're constantly moving for those 2 hours. So it depends on your dog, and we always train our handlers to look at their dog for signs of fatigue. It's very fatiguing for a therapy dog just to visit with maybe 10 people. They absorb a lot of the tension and stress that that individual is under. And our good therapy dogs will sit there and never move until they know that that person is totally relaxed. They will not, I don't care how you try and get them to move to the next person. They're going to stay there with that one until it's done. A lot of times that'll happen in hospital waiting rooms. When we go to cancer facilities and places, the dogs just they'll hang back, they'll latch onto one person and they'll stay there until they're totally calm, which is great.
I was going to say,
Okay.
I have
Thank
one
you
more.
So much. You don't want me to sit up here and just babble for all this time.
Ginger, you're doing a great job. We have one, I'm over here. Over here. Okay. I know I'm very short. Thor's taller than I am. We just have one more question and then we'll let you roll. Does that sound good?
That sounds great.
How does an individual get an appointment with a therapy dog?
You can go online to our organization, and we will have pamphlets that you can look at to get our line, or you can take one of the links that are up on one of the slides. And you can contact us or an area in a local chapter in your area and request that a visit for a therapy dog. You may get Alliance of Therapy Dogs, you may get Therapy Dogs International, you may get a local group in your area that can do either a in-home visit or a visit at a facility where you might have a family member there. Or if you're receiving treatment at a facility, they can put in to have our dogs come into the facility. We are covered by insurance, and we are also certified by the American Kennel Association as a certifying therapy dog organization. So we're on the national website as well. Okay, so we have our slides up. We already went over the first 3 types of dogs that you will see wearing a vest, and green button is next. That's how you do it? You don't know. Well, okay. So we went through the 3 dogs. That's one of our dogs up in the villages at the top left. The seeing eye puppy has one, that's Arctic. My girls raised 8 seeing eye puppies. We were in the puppy raising program in New Jersey for Morristown Seeing Eye. So that's one of the dogs that we raised that's in the harness. Okay, therapy dogs have a powerful calming force that can be used in various environments and situations. We went through some of those. And if you ever spent time just petting a dog, you would have felt that immediate boost, that immediate relaxation and comfort that the dog offers. And there's many, many health benefits that I want to speak to you about. Therapy dogs didn't start until around, if you look in literature, it's about 3000 BCC or BCE. Florence Nightingale realized that canines that would come in where she was had a benefit of calming patients down, also helping them heal a lot faster. And then there was a doctor back in the 70s who started bringing in his personal dog and then found out and started doing literature and studies that canines actually help people with psychotic disorders. So that's when they started to study more about dogs and patients and how dogs can help the healing process of people. It wasn't until the 1960s that the actual term therapy dog came about. And we found out it was first introduced to a lot of children, that it opened up communication gaps. It helped to relax them, definitely worked for sensory overload. And then in the 70s, it expanded into hospitals and clinical situations, long-term care. So therapy dogs are widely used throughout the United States. They're becoming more and more apparent if you look around. We're in assisted living and memory care facilities. We also do hospital and hospice settings. Hospice work is very rewarding to somebody on their last journey. It's very calming for them, and we work with a lot of hospice organizations throughout mid-Florida. We're in schools and universities for de-stressing the students during exams. They totally love us on the campuses, and we get many, many invites from the West Coast all the way over to the East Coast. We're in libraries and school reading programs. The dogs do amazing with the children, and it really helps boost their confidence. We're also, you will find dogs in courtrooms. You may not see them. Usually if there's a child or somebody who's very emotional, they're hidden underneath the desk area where the person is actually giving their testimony, and you never see them. The dog has met that person ahead of time, and that person is their anchor, and they can just come forth with that information because the dog is their protector, and they feel very confident on relaying their story in courtrooms. They're also in grief support groups. We do a lot, Soaring Spirits Camp Widow. We've done it for 4 years. I know the board's moving. We've done it for 4 years, and those individuals come from all over. It's an international organization, and they are in different levels of healing from a spouse or a loved family member. So they can be there for, have lost somebody 3 months ago or 7 years ago. They constantly come back, and they're always looking for the dogs when we go there. And then we have disaster and traumatic situations. I'm sure you've all seen where on your TV sets where dogs have gone into areas that have been for weather disasters, also for shootings in malls and schools. We also have dog teams that are with specific school in different counties for their coalition network, where that school knows that if there's a family crisis, a suicide or a death, an accident that's wiped out a family, the dogs will be at that school. All the students know that dog, and the dog is there during the crisis, when the crisis team comes in. So they're used in many, many situations. Oh. Where am I? No, you went the wrong way. Did I miss one? No. Okay. So mental awareness programs our dogs are used in. Our teams have all been to many of these. When COVID came, it introduced therapy dogs and put us on a higher bar. People who ran the organizations and the companies realized after COVID that their teams needed that wellness. They needed the dog interactions for it. So we go to employees, we are staff members, companies have us for first responders and veterans. We just did flight to honor with 85 veterans and 85 guardians that took off today's Tuesday. They took off this morning at 3:30 for their flight to Washington, D.C. We met 85 Vietnam veterans. They were all on that flight. So our teams got to interact with them on Sunday and send them off. So it was really very rewarding for us. Those are some of our teams. St. Petersburg Hospital, that's where Lala goes. Up Amazon has us at 8 of their different facilities throughout mid-Florida. It's going on its own here. And also fire stations up in the villages where Barbara's from. We are at 8 different fire stations. So we're really helping out the first responders as well. All the dogs in the photos are our team members from somewhere within mid-Florida. Okay, so we talked about the evolution of pet therapy and how canines help, and the clinical settings and the growing recognition that our therapy dogs do for the benefits. But what is the magical powers that you get when you actually interact with a dog? And how does that react on your body? What does it do within your own body? Well, let's find out. Studies, there's many different studies about all different types of it. So studies prove that the interaction with therapy dogs has a beneficial effect on the physiological process that happens within everyone's body. It improves your cardiovascular health. It lowers your blood pressure. It can reduce stroke. The American Heart Association and the Journal of Critical Care all have done studies, as well as other people, on the benefits of interacting even once a week with a therapy dog, what it helps with. It increases your salivatory immunoglobulin A. I don't know what that specifically is, but it promotes a healthy immune system within your body, which also helps to help you health-wise on other issues medically that you have. If your immune system is working, you can fight off a lot of other things that decreases that when you have medical issues. It lowers your blood pressure, as we said. It lowers your stress levels by decreasing the cortisol levels within your body. It produces oxytocin and prolactin and serotonin. So all those neurological things are happening when you're petting a therapy dog. Oxytocin slows your heart rate. It slows your breathing down. It inhibits stress hormones that will trigger all those things. So you're getting a healthier system just by petting a therapy dog. It creates a sense of comfort and calm, which I hope you all get a chance to pet the dogs and see how you experience that on an individual basis. And, simply looking into a dog's eyes and just looking at the dog when you're petting him can also boost your dopamine production and other neurological chemical things in your brain. So the dogs do a lot of magical things behind that you don't even actually realize until you're actually interacting with a therapy dog. Am I going too fast? Okay, benefits that we provide to others. We talked about some of this while we were waiting for the slides to set up. We work with autistic children, building communication skills, calming sensory overload. A lot of our dogs, when we're in a special school, will hear something, seek that child out, sit next to them, and the child is totally calm. And we've gotten calls later from the schools that child has been able to do all their classwork the rest of the day because they had that calm right from the beginning. So it increases their focus and concentration. It also helps facilitate the healing process, which we talked about. Hospitals love us to come in there. Hospital settings are very stressful just in themselves with everything that's going around the patient, on the nurse's station and the floors. So having a therapy dog come through and visit helps lower that stress hormones. And by lowering the stress, it allows your body to heal quicker. They've also found that not only speeds up the healing process, but it also helps decrease the medication that the person needs for pain because they're more relaxed. They're not stressed and creating more pain themselves. It improves the effectiveness of emotional and mental health. We've gone through a lot of that. The dogs in the reading programs, physical therapy. We get a lot of physical therapists that ask us to bring our dogs in. It seems everybody will work through their exercises more diligently, more forcefully, and they're able to do something. A child, we've been in schools where they're trying to get the child to use their elbows to lift their neck and chest areas up because their muscle tones have been compromised. We put the dog in front of them and they just go like, I've been trying 15 minutes to get her to push up on her hands, on her elbows. So they call us in for certain patients to help with the physical exercises and also with adults. We talked about the reading programs already, so I'm not going to go over that again. I don't know where I'm supposed to be clicking. Okay, we have been very lucky to be in a lot of, get some news media for our teams. We've been, Pinellas College had us there and presented us with a plaque. It was very sweet of them. We've been there many times for their students. A lot of their students are handicapped physically and mentally. It's more a vocational school than it is an educational higher degree level. So they presented us with an award when we were there. We've been in the newspaper up in the villages for being with the first responders. We were in New Barker magazine. One of our teams had a beautiful write-up done on the dog Maya, as well as what our program does. And then we've been in Central Florida Health News, what our teams do as far as giving the benefits to different people in the healthcare system. These are some photos of what our dogs have done. We had the ESOL students at one of our schools. These are students that do not know English. They come from countries throughout the United States. And the dogs help them learn the English, help them not feel signaled out that they cannot communicate with their fellow peers. So they created puppets, dog puppets, and they wrote little thank yous on them for us. Madison, there's a story about Madison at one of our therapy visits where she had a person who was nonverbal as Miss Cody. I don't know why Cody's slide isn't up there, but they both did the same thing. They opened up a communication gap with an individual. And we do see that a lot in our memory care centers and our senior centers, as well as other schools that have people with medical issues. And then our 2 cents team, I call her our 2 cents team because the handler is Penny and the dog is named Penny. So the 2 cents team was visiting a nursing home and the person had had a stroke. Again, they were working physical therapy and the person just slowly reached down and used his arm that he never used, that they've been trying to get him to utilize through the physical therapy sessions, and was stroking the dog, and it made a big impact on him. We were called back to that facility several times to work with the physical therapists themselves on doing the physical therapy for other patients in that facility. This is just a map of our rescue organization that I spoke about in the beginning that was started in 1991, rehoming and rescuing Goldens. All our dogs are vetted from head to toe. We are there for the life of the dog after you adopt a dog. We have professional trainers and medical personnel that will always help you as long as that dog is alive. Until, you know, we get either the dog comes back into our rescue and is rehomed again, or the dog goes over the Rainbow Bridge. But we are always there for our dogs. We get a lot of dogs that need medical treatment because the families do not have the funds to do that. So they come in, the dogs come into our intake. All our dogs are in foster homes. None of them are put in shelters or kennels. We don't take a dog into our rescue program unless we have a foster home for that dog. It gives us the time to find out the personality of the dog, especially if the dog wasn't surrendered by the owner. If it came, we do a lot of pulling dogs out of shelters so that they're not euthanized. And we work through and make sure they are medically head to toe sound before they're up for available for adoption. So we always follow all our rescue dogs. And as I said in the beginning, since 1991, we've rescued 4,250 dogs. Some of these numbers on the slides are old as of a month ago. So this is a growth chart on the bottom of this slide of our Hearts of Gold program. As I said, in 2022, we had 54 teams. And we did 591 events, which equated to about 1,800 hours. We are exceeding what we do each month by 25 to 30%. So all our events, all our volunteer hours are constantly increased as people in the public learn more about Hearts of Gold and want us at different conventions and facilities. So we're really excited about that. And basically, that is all I have to say. Does anybody have any questions? I know I went through it fast. I'm sorry about the dilemma in the beginning.
Behind you.
Well, we will be in the read room and we hope you all stop in to see us there. And again, I want to thank Alexion for having us here. And you have someone with a question?
Well, I want to say thank you for coming. You guys just made the entire day, at least for me. I don't want to speak on behalf of everybody. But I do have a question from this gentleman right here.
Yes, love the dogs. Over the course of my career, which was 30 years, the second half, 15 years where I was working, we welcome many organizations such as Disabled American Vets, Shepherd Center, Wounded Warrior Project. Many of them had service dogs. And the biggest takeaway that I got from them, one of them was, ask the handler if it's okay to approach the dog. Don't immediately think that you can go up and interact with the dog, because sometimes these individuals, you know, they would rather not have their dog pet by 100 different people a day. So that's one of the biggest takeaways that I got from it, was talk to the handler first and see if it's okay to interact with the animal.
any dog that's wearing a vest, especially if it's a service dog, you don't want to cause a problem for that individual. They're dependent on that dog. And if you go up and just start petting the dog, now the dog is distracted. It could be harmful for the human who's relying on that particular dog for safety reasons, speaking of a blind person. But yes, always ask. And I can tell you when our dogs are done with a therapy session, they are wiped out mentally. It really puts a lot of strain on them. Yes.
Thank you for giving me a dog fix today. There's been a lot of interesting work in terms of diagnostics with dogs, both of conditions and of impending crises. Has anyone looked at this with respect to myasthenia gravis specifically?
Has anybody looked at this for MG in particular, either in diagnosing the presence of antibodies or?
I cannot say there's research constantly going on. And it would be a matter of connecting with somebody in your local area to see what they can do. I know MG manifests itself in different ways in different individuals at different times of your life. So it would, yes, I know Ruby would be very happy to help. But yes, if they're. They can sense when you have, we have a dog up in the villages, Karen with, who has Leo. Leo can sense, he has a blood clotting disorder, and he can sense when she is having an issue, and he alerts her. So now he's sensing something in her body. She doesn't even feel it yet. And he senses it, and if she doesn't react quickly enough, he's trained to dial 911 with his nose. Now, Leo has 9 saves for Karen.
Wow.
I don't forget how many years she's had Leo, but yes, canines can be specifically trained for sense, especially diabetes. They can smell your acetone, your breath. They know immediately. And for seizures, they know when one's coming on with their train before it happens. So those would be dogs that are specifically trained for a specific individual. And yes, there are many dogs out there that do that.
Sounds like a good research opportunity for any physicians left in the room. Anybody else have any questions?
And Cody, our golden doodle here was for cancer. He latched onto his owner, who his husband has passed. But Cody was his person, and we always let him know when about a bad day.
All right, so I want to thank you guys again for being here, and Ginger for sharing your passion and your knowledge and bringing this with us today. Just to remind you guys, please come visit us. Short little jaunt across the hall, and come love up on these dogs. They're very sweet. You're looking at me, Bella. I'll get you. I got you, girl. But yeah, come over, take some pictures. Thor seems to be the showstopper over there, but thank you guys.
Okay, once again, a reminder, the next session will be starting at 10:45 a.m. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Pretty straightforward. That is our perfect cue. If you want to use the laser, screen. Okay. Like that. Green button. Pretty straightforward.
And you can't use the advancer on this one, you have to use it on this one?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yep, all good.
Hello, hello, everyone. Oh, it's not on. Hello, everyone. We're gonna get going again with our next session. Thank you for your patience as we are a little delayed this morning. I'm Kate Stober. I'm the Director of Digital and Content Marketing for the MGFA, and it's my pleasure to reintroduce Dr. Vu, Dr. Tuan Vu, who's going to talk about clinical trials today. You may remember that Dr. Vu, who was our keynote speaker on Sunday night, he's a neurologist here in Tampa, affiliated with Tampa General Hospital. He received his medical degree from Pennsylvania State University College of Medicine and has been in practice for over 35 years. Dr. Vu treats patients with MG along with many other neurological disorders. He's certified by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology and American Board of Urology. Dr. Vu's current research focus is on the treatment of ALS, myasthenia gravis, peripheral neuropathy, and myositis. Dr. Vu volunteers his time with the MGFA and serves as a member of our steering committee, both for this conference and for the annual MGFA scientific session. So please welcome Dr. Vu.
Thank you so much for being here, and I'm excited to see all of you, and excited to be here as well. So, I work with a bunch of really wonderful people who are very dedicated, and I just want to acknowledge them here. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the patients. We would not be where we are today without your help and your volunteer and your sacrifice in involvement in our clinical trials. And we owe it all to you. So when I talk about clinical trials, there's some common questions. Well, is the placebo part of the studies? And for a drug company to get approval for the drugs, they have to show the FDA that it actually works better than placebo. Sometimes that doesn't happen. In fact, we have a couple of trials that actually failed because while the drug is doing it well, the placebo group did just as well. So that's, but we always included that. And the safety is a priority in all trials. You will not get past the FDA if you didn't show that priority number one is safety. So just because you're involved in the clinical trials and maybe in placebo, your safety is always a concern, and we will not neglect that in favor of anything else because you can't get past the next step. So how do we ensure safety? We do that by frequent laboratory studies and clinical assessments, and we ask about all your symptoms every time you come in. When you involve in the trial, you have a direct access to us. You have our cell phone numbers, and you can call anytime in case you have any questions. Everything we do is monitored by the Institutional Review Board to make sure that we do everything properly. And then there's always a safety, independent data safety board that look at every data points and make sure that nothing is untoward happening. And so that's why it's fairly safe to be in a clinical trial. To be honest, placebo patients actually do better in a trial than at their baseline. Every study that we've done have a really significant placebo effect. And the reason for that is multifold. When you're in a trial, you see us fairly often, sometime every week for a while, or sometime every other week. So your symptoms are well taken care of. You're being monitored carefully, and that makes people feel better. And just because you're in a trial doesn't mean that every single medical intervention out there is not available to you. If you go into a crisis or a exacerbation, we will treat you as if you were not in the trial. So you're not giving up any rights. So I'm going to talk to you about clinical trials that's now open, and some of them are soon to be open. In my previous talk, I showed you this diagram of upstream versus downstream therapy. Upstream meaning you reduce the amount of antibody produced. Downstream meaning you blocking the effect of the antibodies. So Again, I will start from downstream at the very end and go upward. So right now we have, in terms of complement inhibitors, blocking the effect of the binding antibodies on the receptor. We have the Prevail study and the Nimble study. And soon we're going to have another study called Magic that block the complement cascade a little bit higher. We also have a couple FcRn antagonists ongoing right now. And then I'll talk about some of the upstream therapy as well. So the Prevail study is testing a product called GRRMF. Some of these names are kind of challenging. It's a C5 inhibitor that blocks the complement cascade, but also binds to albumin. So it has a fairly long half-life, and it's open to AChR antibody positive patients. The study lasts 6 months with an open label study after that lasts another almost 2 years. It's a 1-to-1 randomization, and you can see here the schema of the study. We will have about 200 patients. 100 of them will be in the treated arm, and the other 100 is in the placebo arm, and you can see the injections there. And after that, then they go into open label where everybody gets the drug. Oh, by the way, these are the studies that we have here at USF. However, these studies are done across the country, and some of them are across the world as well. So if you're from out of town, if you're interested in any of these studies, you can reach out to the company and they will direct you to a site near you. In addition, the most valuable site you're going to see is the clinicaltrials.gov. It lists all the study being done in the US and some of them across the world as well. And there's a lot of data there. So if you want to know in details about any studies, just go to clinicaltrial.gov and do a search. Here are some of the inclusion-exclusion criteria that are fairly standard across. The unique things about this particular study is that if you're on IVIG or sub-QIG, you're allowed to be in and continue with it. But there's but that they limit the total enrollment to about 10% of the population. You can be on steroid. And unique thing about this trial is that if you were on a complement inhibitor before and had some response but weren't able to continue for whatever reason, you can be enrolled in this study. A lot of this complement inhibitor study will exclude you from that. The second one, also a complement inhibitor, and this is one a little bit different because actually there are two drugs. The pozelimab is the C5 blocker, and then the cemdisiran actually is an mRNA that blocks the production of C5. So basically, it's a combination of both upstream and downstream. You think about it, it blocks the production of antibodies. And then whatever left over, you block it with pembrolizumab. So there's 4 arms, and you're randomized to 1:1:1. The double-blind control period is 24 weeks, and then the open label is 28 and 68 weeks after that. So here's so basically 24 weeks of double-blind treatment period and 4 treatment groups. And then after 28 weeks, after that, there's 28 weeks of extension treatment periods where there's only 2 treatment groups, either a combination of the 2 drugs or just cemdisiran alone. And then 68 weeks after that, you can continue with what you were on before. Again, the inclusion-exclusion is pretty standard across the board here. I'm going to go upstream a little bit and talk about FcRn inhibitors. Immunovant is still recruiting, but that may be closed to enrollment soon because they've closed the target. So I was told to see patients before June. It's open to patients with AChR, MuSK, and LRP4 antibodies. There's a randomized treatment period of induction period to get you up to speed, in 12 weeks and 12 weeks of maintenance. And then there's an open label of 2 weeks and another 52 weeks, after that. So here's a schema. There's evaluation at 12 weeks and then re-randomization and analysis again at 24 weeks. And then inclusion and exclusion are very similar to the other one. This is the one I'm trying to push for. There's not a lot of treatment available for pediatric patients, and there's rare patients with who are in the pediatric age who suffer from this disease. And right now we have steroids, we have IVIG, and not much else. I mean, you can use the other immunosuppressant, but how would you? I mean, if it was my kid, I wouldn't put them on immunosuppressant. So there's this study by Johnson & Johnson looking at their FcRn inhibitor, nipocalimab. The adult study just finished, and we should expect some results coming out soon. So far, there has not been that much safety concern, so I assume that will be good for kids. For all pediatric study, it's an open label study where everyone get the drug and nobody get placebo. The treatment duration is 24 weeks, and after that, they can go into open label treatment for right now. We don't know how long that is, but it's going to be ongoing for a while. The treatment is IV every other week. So there's some study recruiting soon. We're about to start recruiting for this study, MAGIC. So, so I also mentioned before that as you're transforming from when the B cell was activated by the T cells, they go undergoing maturity and transformation into plasma cell here. And as they mature, they pick up different markers on the surface, and we can pick out which one of them based on what they express on the surface. So there's a study ongoing by Campbell that look at the CAR T cell directed against the CD19 markers, which mean that this is basically the cells that they direct the treatment against. It's a phase 1/2, so it's open label. And what happened like before, they, we take the blood out, grow them out, transform them, and then infuse it back. Here's the scheme of the study. You have to be treated between 18 and 70. You can be either seropositive or negative, and you get one single dose of treatment, 1 million cells. And then, we look at how you do after that. And so here are the inclusion and exclusion. Basically, you have to be, in good health. And so this is a DNA-based technology. So we actually have to decrease your lymphocyte counts by pre-treatment with cyclophosphamide or other medications. To do that, the reason for doing that is to allow the infused CAR T cells to engraft and survive better and grow. So the other option is a study by Cartesian. This is a little bit different because instead of using DNA technology, mRNA is used to produce the markers on the surface there. The advantage of the RNA cell therapy is you don't insert the gene into the cell genome, so these cells don't become long living and expand in your system. So when that happened, there are certain side effects that happen with DNA, but with new technology, but with newer technologies and inserts, that seems to be decreasing. So in the future, that may not be so much of an issue, but there's definitely a potential for that right now. So with a mRNA technology, you bypass all that. The question here is how long would this last? And we don't know the answer to that yet. So we just finished the phase 2. Phase 3 is being designed. So we don't have a enrollment target right now, but I'm hoping that by the end of the year, this study will be up and running. But that's an estimate, no guarantee there. So this last one is actually pretty interesting. It's actually T cell mediated now. So it's the first in human phase 1/2 control study. So basically the drug is a encapsulated pool of AChR peptide. It's a nanoparticle that you infuse, and it was designed to reprogram the T cells to reduce the excessive immune and inflammatory responses. Basically, because phase 1/2, it's used to determine what the appropriate dose is and how safe it is. So here's it has a escalating dosing design. So the first cohort will consist of 6 patients. 4 of them are going to get the drug, 2 of them are going to get a placebo at 150. And then after we dose them, we see how they do, and there's a data safety review. And if the drug is safe, then the next cohort is recruited at a higher dose, 350. And then again, after all 6 of them patients go through, then we check the safety data to see how they're doing. And then if it's safe at that point, then there's a third dose. At the moment, we don't know what the dose is yet. And then there's an expansion phase as well where the cohort 1 will get the optimal dose versus placebo, and then there's 3 different cohorts of drugs as well. There's a 42 days screening period, 180 days of dosing and follow-up. There's 3 doses at day 0, 8, and 90. Again, the inclusion exclusion of standard. There's at least 3 or 4 other studies being planned right now. None of the data are public, so we can't describe it. But there are some studies out there that suggest some of the, drug currently used elsewhere may be effective. This is published data showing that latribine in the pilot study shows some benefit. So hopefully we'll, have some study coming up in the future. If you are in the Tampa area and interested in research, here's our contact number. Jessica is our research manager, and she's responsible for this presentation slide deck that I gave you today, and big thanks to her. Here's our team, and we'll stop right there, and I'll answer any question you may have. Thank you so much.
Just a minute, we'll bring a microphone over there for you.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Vu. I have a question about your CAR T-cell studies. The ones that are the RNA-based studies, will those have to have blood pulled first too, or will they be able to create the mRNA first and not have to have a blood pulled to pull the antibody out?
Yeah, so you actually have to do apheresis, basically remove the blood and then isolate the T cells. The T cells are then grown because there's only a limited number. So you have to grow them to the required number needed for the treatment. And then you modify those T cells. And then once they express the CAR, then you infuse it back into the system, and that will recognize the B cells that carry the BCMA marker.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it was the same method with the DNA as with the mRNA.
Yeah, technology. I mean, the only difference is basically instead of inserting DNA into the genome to express, the CAR, this one use mRNA similar to a COVID vaccine kind of thing to achieve the same purpose.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Vu, on your left. Hi, could you go back to Prevail slide?
Yes.
I just wanted to let you know that we are still recruiting. I know we had an investors call earlier this week that one of the study 2050 was closed, but this is actively recruiting at this point. So just wanted to let you know.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, the study is still recruiting.
Yes, yeah, we're actively recruiting patients for that study. Yes, it's not closed, sorry.
Dr. Vu, am I correct in saying that the studies that you presented all involved research for finding treatment modalities? If that's correct, then can you talk about the treatments or the research worldwide or here that is attempting to find a cure for our disease rather than just a treatment?
Well, I think that we're getting there. Right now, so I think in my opinion, to cure the disease, you have to somehow get rid of the B cells clones that produce the antibodies. And the technology is not there yet. So, you know, all the downstream treatment, we tried because we don't have a better upstream treatment. But I think the upstream treatment eliminate the B cells clones that produce antibodies where the holy grail going to be. We're going to get there, and we're on the way, but we're not quite there yet. The challenge is, you know, let's say you have 1,000 people in the room, and one person is the bad apple, and they look just like everybody else. How do you pick that person out? And that's the challenge. So right now, what we're doing is basically, you know, we know that the bad person carried this marker. So we'll get rid of him, but there's 100 of other people in the same room carry the same marker. And so if we go after the people who have that, you know, if they all wear a yellow shirt, for example, and take them out, you take out the bad apple, but you also take out a lot of good apples. Some of them may be responsible for your response to infections or other process. And how do we narrow that down to, you know, specifically targeting that individual is where the future gonna hold.
I mean, you talked about RNA manipulation. Is there any other way that you can consider as far as you know, gene manipulation using CRISPR or something like that might be the answer?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of studies out there looking at what makes the immune system go awry, you know, to cause diseases. And that's across the board. You know, you have rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, whatever. And if you can find the factors that what gene cause that, or multi-gene that cause that, and you interrupt it, certainly that would be an answer as well, but we're not there yet. Oh, trust me, there's a lot of people working on it.
So in looking at the clinical trials that you presented, the youngest age group, I think, is 18. So my question is, as we've heard from others, that they were diagnosed with MG when they were like 4 years old or younger.
Okay.
What do you see on the horizon for our youth?
Well, we do have one study ongoing right now,
Okay.
using a FcRn inhibitor, and that's still open, and we're still looking for patients. We do have C5 inhibitor pediatric study that was done and completed. And so we have some data out there for other drugs.
Hello, Dr. Vu.
Hey.
Question, so when you talked earlier about modifying the drug, if need be. So say if someone gets their first dose and they do good 8 months, 12 months, and there's a second dose hanging out in the freezer, is that what gets modified, or is it later down the road where you see
Yeah, so.
which dose works
Right,
better?
so once you produce the dose, and remember the part where, you know, we take the blood out and grow them out. If you, for some people, you can only grow a certain numbers, and that may be just enough for one dose. For some other people, we may grow enough cells to produce 2 or 3 doses. And if you get the first treatment and you're doing well, you know, we can store those extra doses, and whenever you need it again, yeah, you don't have to go to apheresis and again, you can just thaw them and use it again until you run out.
Hello and thank you. I just wanted to know, what are the side effects of some of these drugs, and are these new drugs that's being created, or have they been used for other illnesses or?
Yeah, the CAR T cells have been used for lymphoma and you know, other cancers, and they're fairly effective. The side effects for them is you know, the cytokine release syndrome, and also the ICANS, which is the neurological complications. Those can be treated if we catch them, and that's why when you use the DNA-based technology, you actually keep the patient in the hospital for 2 weeks just to make sure everything is safe. The C5 and all the complement inhibitors and FcRn inhibitors have essentially the same side effects. The top 5 would be something along the line of headaches, diarrhea, nausea, nasopharyngitis, and infection. So, they vary by which one is more common. It depends on drugs. Let me see. And some of the new one, like the last one I presented, of course, therapeutic one, we don't know what the side effects are because I just brand new. There's phase 1. Almost all the other ones are phase 3, which means they've already been through. So phase 1, for you don't know, is tested on human who are healthy volunteers to see what's the proper doses and so on, and safety issues, what kind of symptoms. Phase 2 is a smaller study where you do the drug on patients and see what side effects they have and are they the same as the volunteer. But the phase 2 is basically safety oriented. So your primary endpoint is to see how safe this drug is. And then when you go to phase 3 is that when you go for efficacy, you need to look to show that the drug actually works. And then your efficacy, your safety is also being monitored as well. Depends. So if you're on immunosuppressant or steroid, then you're allowed to be on them, as long as you don't change the dose. Because if you change the dose, you can get worse or better, and that interfere with what you're testing. Certain drugs will interfere with the drug that you're you're testing. So those are not allowed. For example, a lot of people are on IVIG. If you're testing a FcRn inhibitor, that will interfere. So, yeah.
Dr. Vu, we have a question from our virtual audience, and then we have time for about 2 more before we have to wrap. Someone asked if there are any studies for ocular MG underway right now.
Yes. But that's all I can say. There's actually 2 or 3 of them being planned. So.
Excellent. Okay. And I have one more question over here.
Good morning, Dr. Vu. I promise I don't have 500 questions this time, just one.
Yes.
How difficult is it for you to fill your needs of patients? Understanding that a lot of patients have to drive a long ways, and this is quite a commitment on a study, patient's time and effort. So how difficult is it for you to fulfill all those patient studies?
Yeah, I mean, we try to recruit, and many, if not all, these studies realize a burden that you face just to attend the visits. So believe it or not, in the study design, we actually do a lot of think about a lot of ways to see if you can do this remotely. And many of the study actually have remote visit built in, so they don't have to come back so often. I think most, if not all, the companies will pay for you to travel. We have often, if the patient is more than an hour away, we can arrange for the patients to come in the night before, stay in a local hotel, the next morning have the testing done, and then go home after that. The reason for that is these studies, when you come for a visit, we require that you don't take Masterson because that will mess up the tests that we do. And sometimes we ask you to fast. Imagine if you live 2 hours away from us, you had to get up at 6. You've been off Masterson all night long, and that create a burden. So, and you're hungry also. So that's why we'd like to do it early in the morning so you don't have to fast very long. So, if you need to, we will arrange for a transportation or a local hotel stay. You come the night before, rest, go in the next morning, have the test evaluation done, and then go home after that. So, I mean, if you can think of some way that would make it more easy and comfortable for you, definitely.
One last question over here.
Dr. Vu, on this side of the room over on the right side. First of all, thank you for everything you do for the community. We really appreciate, your dedication to helping us find a cure. My question, and I want to preface it and say that I really don't know the intricacies of T cells, and I definitely want to study more about B cells after what you shared with us today. But the question is about Cartesian. Would Rituxan potentially restrict people from being able to do that? And the reason I ask is Rituxan is known for depleting T cells. And you said that Cartesian therapies rely on isolating T cells. So is there a potential, or, theoretically, could you potentially not be able to do that therapy because you did too much Rituxan?
Yeah, but I think you need, the Rituxan effect doesn't last forever. So by about 6 months to a year out, it's gone. There's some inclusion criteria where if you're on Rituxan, the last dose has to be X number of months before you can enter the study. So there's some exclusion criteria, but again, Rituxan effect is not permanent.
All right, thank you.
There are some medications that we will have to hold before we do the apheresis because those medications will prevent the cell from growing.
All right, thank you, Dr. Vu. We do have to wrap our session. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Nick Patrone, the National Manager of Visual and Web Design at the MGFA. Dr. Nolan Campbell is a clinical scientist and leader of high talented teams focused on neurology, neuroimmunology, and neuromuscular disease. He believes that rigorous science can improve the art of medical practice. Dr. Campbell is dedicated to work that can make it. Oh, I'm sorry. What's that? All right. Dr. Campbell is dedicated to work that can make a difference in the lives of patients with devastating diseases. Toward that aim, he endeavors to gain expertise and evidence generation in both medical and clinical development aspects of pharma and works to develop teams that share a similar vision. Please welcome Dr. Campbell.
Hello. It's a wonderful fortune to be able to follow Dr. Vu in talking about clinical trials, because it's been my experience that most people, when they think of industry partnerships in the diseases that we aim to serve, think about us first in the capacity of clinical trials. What I'm going to talk to you about today is a completely different side of that business. So I'm Nolan Campbell. I'm a medical director at Johnson & Johnson, and part of my role is to understand the needs of patients in the diseases that we aim to treat and to make recommendations on where we can invest to optimally improve clinical practice for the treatment of these diseases. So today I'm going to talk to you about two different methodologies that we use to ensure we're capturing patient voice and using those voices to inform the decisions that we make. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the example insights that we've gained from these methods that we employ. But before I get into the hows and the whats, I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about why it's so important for us. So Johnson & Johnson is relatively new to the field of myasthenia gravis. We don't have a product that's yet approved on the market, but we're coming, and when we get here, we're going to be here to stay. Despite the fact that we're new to this, I would be very surprised if you're not familiar with the name of the company. It's one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world. And the company credits the success that they've had towards living by the business values that we uphold in our credo. If you want to get to know the kind of company that we are, I would encourage you to actually look it up online and read the full thing. What's relevant for my talk today can be covered in the very first line, and that's that we believe our first responsibility is to the patients we serve. So that sounds very nice, but what does that mean practically? And what that means practically to us is shown at the bottom of this slide in these 3 columns. If you were to ask somebody outside the company what they thought that meant, you'd probably hit 2 of those. People would say it's all about bringing innovative treatments. It's all about making sure that the treatments we have are safe and are addressing the needs of the patient population that we aim to serve. What you probably wouldn't hear is what's in the middle column, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on today. One of the most important things we do as your industry partner is to actively listen to you, to actively partner with you. And the goal here is to really uncover your stories and the insights that those stories hold, right? Why is that so important for us as a pharmaceutical company? Well, the solutions that we aim to provide to serve you can only be as good as the insights we have into what are your needs, right? So hopefully with that, you have got a little bit of a window into why it's so important for us to understand patient-derived insights and why we spend so much time and effort and take it so seriously. I want to move on and talk about how we do it. And I'm going to start with my favorite way that we do it at Johnson & Johnson, and that's something that we call the PERCs. It's a Patient Engagement Research Council. And what these are meant to do is really create long-term sustainable relationships with the patients and the caregivers in the diseases that we aim to treat. So we build these diverse councils for each of the diseases where we're going into. We then engage these patients and caregivers as research partners and consultants. That generates insights that shape our actions, it shapes our thinking, it evolves where we're going to put our investments into the research, and then we re-engage with the same committee over and over again. We did 4 engagements in the last year for myasthenia gravis. We have another 3 planned this year, and that creates a really deep relationship with our patient advisors, and we believe that the quality of that relationship that we have from re-engaging the same people over and over improves the quality of the insights that we gain. This is certainly not something that is unique to what we're doing in myasthenia gravis. Within Johnson & Johnson, it's considered a best practice. We cover 16 different diseases with our PERCs, 5 different therapeutic areas. The total patient community that informs our approaches is over 220 patients, which is incredible. The things these patients provide to us, they give us advice on how to communicate about the disease. They inform how we're going to run our clinical studies. So an excellent question on kind of the burden of the patients and how we make sure that we're able to enroll these trials. On the front end, we're talking to patients, we're understanding where the barriers to enrolling these trials might be so that we can create a trial that you're actually able to complete, getting the medicines to you in a faster way. They inform us on the disease states and the unmet medical needs that we have within the disease state and also across therapeutic areas. And I'll just give one example that I think illustrates the incredible partnership that we have from these PERC engagements. We've actually had patients serve as authors on scientific material that we've submitted to congresses and they've presented on our behalf. Because of the insights that they were able to give that shaped the science that we were conducting. So that, in my opinion, is an example of true partnership and the success of this way of engaging with the patient community. I'm going to jump into some of the insights actually that we've gained from this and are shaping where we want to put our investments going forward. Disclaimer, we do pay the patients who serve on our Patient Engagement Research Council, so these should be considered as consultant insights. And just kind of bringing it to how these are actually conducted. So within the GMG cohort, we'll provide some pre-work that is related to the topic that we're going to be discussing with the patients on the day. These are surveys. They can cover symptoms, diagnostics, experiments, experience, treatment, challenges as examples, for instance. We then have a professional moderator that runs 90-minute focus groups for our patient research council that covers the topics that are most important for the particular engagement, and those can vary. We take detailed transcripts of every single one of those engagements, and we actually have a set of qualitative research scientists that then pore over those transcripts, pulling out the insights that we've gained from that engagement and summarizing it into something that we can use for helping inform our investment decisions. This slide is to remind me of the importance of capturing diverse perspectives in our patient engagement research councils. We strive to get the greatest amount of diversity we can within the small numbers of patients we have in each disease state. That diversity includes diversity of gender, education, race, ethnicity, geography. It includes wide age distributions and time since diagnosis, the varying levels of experience that the patients have in living with the diseases that we're studying. And this diversity that we include within our patient research councils, we believe is critical because everybody brings a different experience, a different background. We believe that the strengths of the insights that we get are improved by having very diverse perspectives at the table. So I'm going to jump into what are our key insights and what's shaping our prioritization within Johnson & Johnson, coming directly from our PERC engagements. So the first one is going to be no surprise to anyone who's been paying attention at this meeting, right? We have issues in diagnosis with GMG. We see opportunities in two different areas: the education of non-specialist physicians to get patients to specialists sooner, and also in the specialist communities for improving the ways that we're testing the serology of the patients, making sure that the antibody detection is optimal. For our second insight, it's not an insight to say that GMG profoundly impacts patients' lives. The insight is actually in the instability of the disease and how frequently it came up that what's one of the major drivers of decreased quality of life for patients with GMG is the uncertainty, the unpredictability of the disease, having good days and bad days and not knowing when those are going to happen. So we are actually prioritizing in all of the drugs that we intend to bring to this space, predictability, consistency, stability of the disease control. The third insight we see are actually coming from our care partners. So I forgot to mention it earlier, but the perks not only include patients, they include the caregivers. And this insight is actually quite important to us. They suffer a little bit in their career paths because they have to pay attention to a lot of things that other people don't, right? And so how do we as a company elevate the stories of the caregivers so that we can understand the full societal impacts of undermanaged myasthenia gravis, which we can use then for arguing for better access of the drugs that we create to the patients. Next slide, and this is the last one for the perks. Stress and anxiety. What was really interesting in some of the conversations is not that the disease can be stressful and anxiety provoking, everyone knows that, but we actually found that for some patients, there's a negative feedback loop, right? So the instability of their disease causes the patient to feel stressed and anxious. That stress and anxiety for some patients can be a trigger that actually causes flares that creates more stress, more anxiety, right? So what are our opportunities as a company to explore non-pharmaceutical ways in building resilience in to stop that cycle? What can we do as a pharmaceutical company to design our therapies to be as minimally stressful and as minimally anxiety provoking as possible? The next one, some patients have expressed a dissatisfaction in the partnership with the providers, and it really seems to be sometimes a communication issue. How the patients and the doctors are possibly speaking different languages, or the patient isn't feeling as heard. So where can we put our investments where we can help support conversations that are happening at a more equal level for shared treatment decision-making in the space of GMG? In terms of treatment satisfaction, what we've heard is that even with the newer advanced therapies, there's a lot of burden on the patients for these trips that they have to take for the hospitals. Really the traveling and the constant need for the engagement in the medical facility is draining, right? And so, our obligation as an industry is to work towards medications that are going to get people the potential to use these high efficacy products within their own home, right? And then the last one that I am going to cover, all of the people we talk to, of course, want their lives to return to normal, but we find that actually there's a lot of doubt in the community on whether that's possible. And so one thing that we're looking into is making sure that we focus on data generation efforts for these newer drugs that can show people kind of the ultimate treatment goal you'd like to see. So we talked about earlier in this conference, minimal symptom expression as a treatment goal. We want to be able to provide to patients a realistic view on what's the likelihood of achieving that for each of the drugs that we bring forward. Okay, so hopefully at this point in time, you understand the value of the perks. Hopefully some of the insights at least are resonating with this audience, and you understand the importance of these types of engagements between patients and industry partners for advancing where we put our investments and what we spend our time on towards the service of you. I'm going to switch gears and talk about a completely different methodology now. Not all of the questions that we want to ask, not all of the insights that we want to gain can be accomplished through really deep interactions with small numbers of patients, right? There are other questions and other insights that we want to learn from, that we want to reach out to as much of the community as possible. We want to capture the largest amount of the voice, right? And so an example of this might be the one that we're showing here. That is, we want to understand people's sentiments towards their treatments with corticosteroids and intravenous immunoglobulins. If you ask a small number of patients from our patient engagement research councils, some of them may not have experience with these drugs. Some of them may have very different experiences, and that could kind of bias what our thinking is in the insights that we would gain. So what we do is actually to leverage advancements that have been made in recent years into artificial intelligence. And we're taking advantage of digital conversations that are publicly available all over the internet. And we use AI that's become quite remarkable, not only to pick out the topics that we're interested in, but AI can also give us the sentiments behind that, right? Are the patients talking about these with positive tone, with a neutral tone, with a negative tone? It can tell us what are the drivers behind that positive tone or that neutral tone or that negative tone, right? We can drill deeper. We can ask different questions of the AI once we've identified the conversations of interest. And this is an incredibly efficient way to gain a remarkable number of perspectives in a very short time, right? We don't have to consent these patients. We don't have to design study protocols. We're able to get these insights quickly. Actually, I just want to pause a little bit and get a little bit of interactivity. I I know raising the hand can be challenging, but have any of you ever talked about your disease online? Has anyone ever posted in any of the publicly available forums for discussing MG? I'm curious, by hands? Yes, 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 a few. How about people who have searched online and came across other people's posts and found them to be potentially helpful? Anyone looking at other people's conversations? Excellent. Okay. So now imagine the utility that you found in those conversations, and imagine that you're not just in one of those conversations. You're not in 10, you're not in 100, you're not in 1,000, you're in tens of thousands of these conversations happening over the course of the year. That's what the AI is bringing to us. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the scale for this specific example question that we posed around steroid treatment and IVIG treatment. Within the course of just 1 year, we were able to identify 13,234 conversations about MG. 3,255 of those are discussing steroid treatments. 2,106 of those are discussing IVIG treatments. And this is just a breakdown of where those sources are. Kind of the first insight that we get is that there's a lot of negativity in the sentiment profiles here, rather across the board. But in particular, if you look at the middle steroid treated line, you can see there's a disproportionate amount of negative sentiment in that treatment population, and not even a single percentage of positive sentiment that's being discussed there, right? So we wanted to ask, what are the drivers then of this negative sentiment that we're seeing in the online forums? And so we ask AI, we ask them to bucket these into categories. What are the topics that are leading to these negative sentiments? What's driving these negative experiences? We find that it will bucket it into 4 different categories: symptom severity, impact on life, treatment issues, and misdiagnosis problems. And what we were kind of surprised by at a first pass, and it's shown on the bottom graph, there's really not much difference in these proportional categories that are pulled out for the drivers between the steroids and the IVIGs. So we wanted to take a deeper dive, right? We can drill in 1 layer deeper than this. And so we focused on just the treatment issues. And we asked, what are the barriers of treatment that AI can pull out of these digital conversations that are happening with steroid-treated patients and IVIG-treated patients? And here, you start to see some real differences. So if you look at the middle column versus the right column, the middle column is showing steroid-treated patients. These are the percent of the conversations that are identifying the various treatment barriers for these specific types of drugs. In yellow is the side effects, in green, lack of efficacy, in gray, misdiagnosis, and in the pinkish color, cost and insurance. When you look at the steroid-treated lines, it's dominated by the side effects profile. It's also very strongly representing the lack of efficacy in the profile. When we look at the IVIGs, it's still there, right? So you still have a lot of conversations occurring with side effects and the lack of efficacy, but what we find is in place of those, we're seeing costs and insurance hurdles and barriers coming into the conversation. So this is one example of a way that you can very efficiently ask a set of questions and in short order get back insights that we can use for hypothesis generation, where we may want to look at higher quality evidence sources to validate some of the findings that we're having. Yes. That would be wonderful if I had that within my power. I don't. I don't have that in my power. Indeed. So for the conclusions on the portion of this portion of the talk, I just wanted to emphasize that this is a research methodology that I think, regardless of the questions you're asking, it's a new capability that's been brought on by new technology. And it can actually be thoughtfully leveraged to replace a lot of the more burdensome types of research that we used to conduct, right? Which involved rather laborious survey generation and sending out to a large number of participants, ensuring that they're open to that type of an engagement. So with that, I will just wrap up, and I want to thank you for first your attention. I want to thank the Myasthenia Gravis Foundation of America for allowing me to come and speak on this topic. Most of all, I want to thank those patients who have taken their time to be part of our patient engagement research councils. It really is a critical aspect of our business. And so we really can't thank you enough. And I'll close just with a call to action. Please, in whatever form or fashion that you feel comfortable with, make sure that your stories for MG are told, whether that's in close collaboration partnership with the industry, whether it's in online forums, whether it's from coming every year for the MGFA conference and actively participating. The insights that you give are absolutely critical for us advancing the community. So thank you so much.
Our first question is from the virtual attendee, and they would like to know if you have opportunities for seronegative patients to let you know their needs.
Yeah, so I'm glad we got this question. We actually enrolled seronegative patients into our phase 3 trial that has recently read out, and it's from the types of insights where we understand the medical need is incredibly high within that patient population. I can't share the results of that trial here. It's going to be presented at a future conference, but we're excited for what those results can tell us in advancing the care of patients in the seronegative population.
Hi. I did hear you say that you don't have a product out yet. So this is kind of a 3-part question, I guess. One would be, when do you anticipate that to be rolled out? Secondly, is it going to be a treatment, a cure, or preventative? And thirdly, if it is just a treatment simply, which would be my last wish. I mean, obviously more treatment options is good, but obviously I'd prefer a cure in a perfect world, or a preventative for, children. But is it going to be modeled after something that's already on the market? Like, are you just going to be competing with the competition? Because you all are a big name, big money behind that. I would think if anybody has the resources to fund a possible cure, it would be y'all. And we would bow down to you if you were the ones to conquer that.
If only it were so easy as to just invest money and come up with a cure, and it would have been done long, long ago. I'm happy to answer all 3 of your questions, though. The first drug that we're going to bring into this space should be available starting next year. It is a treatment, not a cure. As Dr. Vu said, we're still a long ways out from a cure, but it's something that obviously we're all striving to get to, and I know that's the goal of every person in this room. It is an FcRn targeting therapy, so it will be yet another treatment option that's leveraging the pathways that we know work within the FcRn class.
What is your motivation? Is it more beneficial financially to have a lifelong customer that needs to remain on a drug, or a cure? Because I would hope that, even though it might not be financially beneficial to find a cure, like I said, in a perfect world, we would prefer a cure.
We all would prefer a cure. There's no hesitation in that reply. And that's true of all of the industry partners that are here. If we could offer a cure, we would offer a cure.
We have a question.
So are there any like drugs in development to replace some of our rescue drugs like steroids and IVIG and emergency plasmapheresis?
We don't have anything in clinical development that I can speak about in addressing that need. But I hear you that it's an important need.
So thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm wondering if at some point this data that can be collected, as it's collected, if it can be used to, my whole thing with this is that once, MG is suspected, right, or it's just on the table, my whole thing is, my hope is that there will be sort of more of a standardized process for sort of vetting out whether or not it's truly MG. And only because I have seen so many times now where it turns out to maybe be something else, right? But what really breaks my heart is when patients walk away and they say, I mean, they're symptomatic, but the doctor says, well, there's nothing wrong with you. I had that happen to me for 41 years. So it's something that's very close to my heart. But what I'm wondering is, even though obviously this is in the context of trying to develop something, a pharmaceutical, a therapy, would there be any hope to sort of push that forward, either for some sort of a standardization process throughout, I guess, the practice of neurology? You know what I mean? If we get enough of you guys on our side and hear us enough, is there a way to get that to come forward? I mean, that's basically what I'm advocating. And, we're relying on you guys. Yeah, I know you guys are researching it for the purpose of helping us and treating us, but at the same time, there's this bigger crowd out there, and they're the me's. They're the ones that are floating around without a diagnosis. They're not able to contribute to their families and to society the way that they would like because they're ill, and they're just, simply, they're turned away because the way it is. So I was just wondering if there would be anything that, you could use this data for as well, not just to maybe refine and come up with a better therapy for us, but to also help us in the larger sense, with just sort of the neurology community at large, with the physicians that
Yeah.
see us daily in their practice. In other words, like identify the different ways in which it presents and all of those things, and start to bring that data forward, So I guess that's my question.
Absolutely. And thank you for sharing your perspective. I mean, it speaks to the very first insight that we had from the perks, right? The challenges in the diagnostic journey, and all of the industry partners here, not just Johnson & Johnson, want to advance the care in that direction. I think that's the kind of project that actually would be really interesting as a cross-industry partnership, to try and bring all of the companies in the community together around something that's going to benefit everybody. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Excuse me, I'm over here. My question is back to AI because, I think very few of us are really in tune to the benefits of AI at this point, because you hear the horror stories of what it could do in a negative sense. But you're using AI in a very positive sense that I hadn't even considered before. And now I'm wondering if you foresee, from a clinical research perspective, the ability to use AI to help you find an actual cure or to progress treatments themselves, as opposed to just researching what's already out there.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I don't think AI is at a place yet where it's going to tell us the best way to cure MG. I do think AI can be an incredible tool for good in this space. Again, shortening the time that we have to gain insights into things that might be really important to patients. And we have to take this technology for what it is. It's very good at efficiently raising appropriate items for us to consider in hypothesis generation, but this isn't a completely unbiased or representative data set that we're working in, right? These aren't going to be the kinds of conclusions that you would take to the FDA and say, look, we need to be treating MG differently. It's a way for us to shape where we put the investments into additional high quality research that can improve clinical care. And so that's the way that we're viewing it right now. You never know what's going to happen in the evolution of this technology. If you would have told me 4 years ago that we'd be able to do the kind of work that we are with AI, I wouldn't have believed it.
We have time for one more question.
I was wondering, when you use AI or you look at large data models to do an analysis, that you're filtering out the outliers, and sometimes the best insights might be from the smallest voices.
Yeah, it's a risk. Look, it's an absolute risk, and it's why we don't only do that, right? It's why things like the MGFA patient registry that was described earlier is such a valuable asset, and we work with the MGFA registry as well, right? So there's pros and cons of every method one can use. We want to be both agile and capable of taking in broad voices, but we have to be very careful not to overinterpret the kind of insights that process can give us. And everything that we do in that space, we want to check against higher quality data sets, right? And so it's a way of refining our initial questions rather than necessarily coming to the answers.
I think that's all the time we have for today. So thank you very much, Dr.
Great,
Campbell.
thank you.
Hi. Mike's going to come up in a moment and he's going to introduce our final speaker of the day. In response to last session, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Campbell for talking to us, and I want to thank Johnson & Johnson as one of our partners. I do want to share with you that should any of you have any questions about drug pricing and really understanding the ins and outs of drug pricing, we do have a Johnson & Johnson representative here. Nina is raising her hand. She's head of policy and advocacy for Johnson & Johnson. And she is here until 5 o'clock, and she is more than welcome to answer your question, more than willing to answer your questions. So if you do have follow-up questions, please go have a conversation with Nina, because she is actually willing to be very open to speaking with anybody. Okay, I just wanted to share that.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Michael Antonellis. I'm with the MGFA. And I have the distinct honor of introducing the very last session. The session is about taking charge of your care, MG, and emotional health. And I'll be introducing Lauren Jarman. Lauren is the Associate Director of Patient Advocacy at our industry partner, argenx. Not only does Lauren have a master's in nursing, but she also is an acute care adult gerontology nurse practitioner. Her passion is taking care of others. And in fact, she's been in healthcare since she was 17 years old. Lauren not only looks at MG from the eyes of a professional, but she also sees the patient's perspective, because she's an individual living with myasthenia gravis. She has always been a great friend to the MGFA and the entire MG community. And she has actually been associated with the MGFA for a number of years. Please join me in welcoming Lauren Jarman.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that very nice welcome and description. So I don't even have to introduce myself. But I am so, so happy to be here. And my first conference was in 2013. So you can imagine the growth that I've seen and all of these amazing speakers, physicians, and industry partners that are here for all of us. So this program, Taking Charge of Your Care and MG and Emotional Health, is really actually designed to be a workshop in support groups, in a little bit of a smaller group, but it is a really important topic and a topic that's often overlooked. So I'm going to invite two amazing individuals living with MG to help me with this workshop and in talking a little bit about emotional health. So there also are going to be some participant guides spread out throughout the area. They'll hopefully be handing out. I think Megan is going to be doing that. And you can kind of follow along in the program. I want to thank you for waiting around for this and sticking around. I think it's really important, and I'm always happy to answer questions following it. So I'm going to welcome Caitlin and Don up here. And my clicker. Is the clicker? Or is this the clicker? This is the clicker? Yeah. So I'm going to introduce again, Don and Caitlin. So, and we're going to kind of all in your head think about this. You are a person and you are so much more than your MG. I know that I am so much more than my MG. So that's the first step in thinking about what MG has taken away from you. But I think we're going to learn a little bit how we can take back our charge.
Hi, everybody. I'm Caitlin, and I am more than my MG. I've been living with MG for about 4 years now, and I actually also am working as a nurse in an infusion center. So that is what I do, and this is what I am living with. So, yeah.
On now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, officially, my name is Papa. I used to have a different name. I am a retired cardiac electrophysiologist, and I'm a lot more than myasthenia. The month that I was diagnosed with myasthenia, I completed a full triathlon. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's a 2.5 mile swim, 140-mile bike ride, and a full marathon. Within 3 months, I was like the little green squishy balls that you'll find around here today.
Thank you, Don. So there's a lot that happens in your journey of MG as far as emotional. You go through different stages during your pre-diagnostic time. You often get told that you're just stressed, your symptoms are, in your head. And so during that pre-diagnosis, you go through things like, am I crazy? And the stress that causes that worsens your symptoms. Then you do get a diagnosis. And I've heard stories where patients will say, well, I actually was happy I got diagnosed with MG because it wasn't a brain tumor or a stroke. And then comes the overwhelming feeling of understanding treatments, which now is a little bit more overwhelming because we have so many more tools in our toolbox. Back in 2013, you had one option. So it has changed a lot. And I would imagine that it'd be very overwhelming being newly diagnosed and trying to understand what treatment is best for you. And then it's really the emotional health of what now in my daily life? How do I get from day to day with these symptoms and learn to cope with those? So what happens during a stressful situation? We deal with stress every day, not just related to our MG. Even, caregivers in here deal with stress. And so in our body, it's kind of like a fight, flight, or freeze. And this is a very, very high level overview of what happens in your brain when you have stress. So the prefrontal cortex, that has to do with all of your logical decisions and self-control. And then you have the amygdala, which is in your limbic system, which holds all of our memories and emotional storage. So when that happens in our body, our heart rate increases, our respiratory rate increases, you may get diaphoretic or sweat, and our blood flow increases. All of those things are not really great if you have weak muscles, and can really truly exacerbate your symptoms. So there are strategies to help with emotional health and how to decrease those stress and coping mechanisms. So emotional health strategies, also known as coping mechanisms. So my coping mechanism for a long time was compartmentalizing everything, which is really not a great coping mechanism, because you are basically just ignoring the stress and putting it deep down and burying it. So my friends used to say I had a big berry hole. And when that berry hole would release, it was not always the best result. So it took me a long time to understand how to deal with stress. And we're going to go over just 3 kind of simple, stressful strategy ways to help decrease your stress. So like I said, all of this can affect all parts of your cycle with MG. So it can affect, you can become depressed, it can exacerbate or relapse the disease. And that's why we need to figure out ways to move forward so to make things easier for us. So there are going to be 3 different techniques. There is the grounding technique, a protective technique, and then building resilience. And I'll just kind of briefly go over all of these, and Don and Caitlin are going to share a little bit about how they've dealt with their stress in their life with their diagnosis. So grounding technique, first this has been obviously a wonderful long conference. And again, thank you for staying to the end of the day. But everyone, I think right now, what we need to do is just take a deep breath for gratitude that we have this amazing community to rely on. So right now, I think it would be great if we could all just take a deep breath. If you want to grab onto the person next to you and just in and out. That helped me a little bit, actually. So this is a grounding technique, and it's called 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's 5 different ways to basically ground yourself, realize where you are. So acknowledge 5 things you can see around you. Everyone can kind of do that right now in this room or virtually if you're still listening. You can acknowledge 4 things that you can touch around you. 3 things that you can hear, 2 things that you can smell, and then 1 thing that you can taste. So you're having a little drink of water right now in front of me. So that's one way of grounding yourself and trying to decrease the stress. Protective factors are things like trying to practice optimism and gratitude, positive feelings. I would say that I use protective factors a lot in my management of my stress. Some people like to use journaling. I think Caitlin actually has an example of that.
Yeah, so when I was actually initially diagnosed, I had a lot of feelings. Those stages of grieving old life and then trying to transition to a new one was really hard for me. And I actually did journal a lot of what I was feeling in the moment, the frustration, the anger, the sadness of a life that I didn't think I could live anymore. And, flash forward 4 years later, I go back and I look at those journals to remind myself in the position that I am in right now. I'm very grateful that I'm able to work, that I'm able to do some of the things that I've done in the past. Maybe it looks a little different, but I had to go through that to understand where I am today. So I do have a lot of gratitude for where I am currently. And I'm glad I kept those journals as a reminder of the time that I had went through. And I do think that it has helped a lot with my stress management. So I do encourage journaling. I think it's an important thing to write down your feelings. Sometimes saying it out loud to somebody is more difficult. So having that is just a good tool. Yeah.
So in doing a journaling technique or using this as a strategy, in your participant guides, you'll find a page in there where you can write down 3 things you're grateful for today. I would say right now, I'm grateful for being up here with 2 wonderful friends and being in a room full of other MG patients and those supporting each other. So that would be one thing that I'm grateful for, that even though this disease has taken away a lot, it has also given me so much. So recognizing that is really important. So building resilience. I do like this strategy though, but I do feel everyone in this room has resilience. Otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here right now. You know, you're overcoming a disease that you're going to be living with, you know, for the rest of your life, but you probably become so much more resilient because of it. So I actually think Don really represents resilience, being that just a few months before he was diagnosed, he was in a triathlon. So you can imagine what MG has taken from him. And so I'd like to hear a little bit from you, Don.
Thank you. I'm the king of denial. And it worked for a while. But then on the other hand, I'm an old guy, and you know how we dealt with that is, you know, a single syllable, I'm fine. And so you have to develop some other techniques, and I enjoy the outdoors. And that really was helpful. And then I got closer to my family. I actually moved to be closer to my families. I actually commute from coast to coast, depending on who needs a babysitter. And so that's been helpful also.
Thank you, Don. So there are 5 pillars of resilience: self-awareness, which sometimes can be difficult for people; mindfulness; self-care, taking care of yourself, which often can be difficult. You know, if you were maybe caring for your loved one before you got diagnosed, or taking care of your children or your grandchildren. And then surrounding yourself with positive relationships. I often find my stress reliever is being around my husband, my kids, but also my family, who are very important to me and have been there every step of the way. So if they're having a good time, I absorb that happiness. And so I think having a positive relationship helps a lot in stress management. And then finding a purpose, finding a new purpose if you feel MG has taken the main purpose out. And Don, as Don was saying, he was a big runner, and now he maybe does a little less running and some more walking. So these are just examples of how to create a form of resilience. So basically writing down 3 strengths that you know you have, and then a difficult situation that you might affect, like, you know, what we're going through right now. A lot of you are going to be traveling back home. So how, you know, that's a big feat. How do I, you know, drag my suitcase, pick my suitcase up and put it up? So coming up with ways of being able to deal with that is important. And then, you know, how can those strengths be identified and be helpful in addressing the situations in 2? And this is also in your participant guide. So these are things you can take this guide back with you and do it on your own. And also we do these presentations in support groups, in smaller groups where you and I can actually have a conversation, and we can work together on making plans like this. So I don't know if Caitlin or Don, you want to add anything else about the strategies you use to.
For a long while. So I'll give you a couple of things that have helped me. And one is humor. Whether you generate the humor or you go to stand-up comedy, a good laugh, a good belly laugh really reduces your stress, and would encourage you to do that. The other thing is being creative. You know, Steven Spielberg said, we all need to be creative. And that can be anything. It doesn't necessarily mean you need to paint. You can be creative a whole bunch of different ways: cooking, gardening, you name it. Be creative. Don't let anything stop you from that. And recently, you know, to use humor and creativity, my little grandchildren and I made a movie of children without thumbs. And so, you know, we took a full day of filming them living life without a thumb. And that generated a lot of humor and a lot of fun.
I would also like to add one thing that really helped me, and I thought about this a lot. In the moment, I felt like I had no control over my situation. I try to step back and think of the things that I can control in that moment, in that day. And that for me was waking up, brushing my teeth, getting ready for the day. So I really tried to hold on to those moments and not think too much about, what tomorrow is going to bring. I want to just be in the moment and focus on what I can do. My job naturally is very stressful. I work with patients. I am a patient. I can see both ends. And sometimes, things happen that I don't expect, which is not great for somebody who likes to control her environment. That does put stress on me. And I do find that grounding is something that I also practice. When I step into a patient's room, I want to make sure that I'm not bringing the emotional burden that I had from a previous room into the new room. I want to make sure that I'm presenting myself, in a way that I can be open and receptive to my patients. So, there's times you'll see sinks in a medical facility, if you've ever been in one, right outside of a patient's room. I actually will turn on the hot water and I wash my hands for about a minute or two. And I use that technique of feeling the water, the warm water, and then the soap. And I kind of use that to breathe and then reconnect with myself. And then I'm able to restart and go into my room and do what I need to do. I understand that stress is something that we struggle with, and that's something that I've had to practice. But these are all skills. I mean, these are things that you have to work on to get better at. And so it's taken a long time, but we're always working on it. I'm always finding a new way of managing my stress. And Dawn has said some really great things to me, and Lauren has shared a lot of stress management tools that I didn't know. So I encourage you to try something new. And I think journaling was one that I had mentioned earlier, but those are all really great tools,
Try something old.
Yeah.
Music is a wonderful thing, whether you listen to music or you perform music. You can go to your church choir, or you can pull out your trumpet like I did and get kicked out of the homeowners association. But use it. Music for the brain is so healthy. And besides slowing down dementia, where am I? Music is very important, so consider it.
All really good points. I want to open it to anyone who wants to share about. You're good, I think.
Our main stress management techniques historically has been exercise, right? And one of the ways I understood one of the earliest symptoms was shortness of breath at the end of a 30-minute row. Not a triathlon, but if you told me at 35, at 50, I would be pissed off that a disease made me unable to exercise every day. I would have been, you're out of your freaking mind. I'm an indie rocker. I smoke, I play guitar. But fast forward to 50-year-old John, and the only reason my heart stays normal is because of exercise. So as I was unable to exercise, I started getting AFib. I started getting tachycardia. And then my cardiologist wanted me to do an EKG stress test on a treadmill when I knew that would put me on a respirator, which was a fun aside. How have you rebuilt your exercise routine, and is that still part of your stress management techniques?
And exercise burns off all these bad hormones like adrenaline that are the source of your stress, and the adverse effects of stress are actually adrenaline-based compounds. And exercise burns those off. So, let's have a thing that you deal with stress as exercise, and then take that away from you. You don't do it, but even if you can walk around the living room, if you can go up a few stairs, and some of us can, and if you just move, it does burn up. And so use it if you can. And in reference to where am I now, I had a tough course for 5 years. I went through about 7 different agents, and now I'm really doing quite well. So I'll tell you what I did recently. with my buddies, exercise was a big thing, and we started on our birthday, getting to each guy's birthday, we would bike miles with his age. I turned, 73 here recently. And so, and then you'd have to do 73 push-ups and paddleboard 7.3 miles. And at 73, I did that.
Yes, I manage my stress by Uber driving. No, because it is somewhat of a by chance, or maybe I meant to do that. And so as I do Uber driving, I can feel my stress is released and give me a chance to really share or connect with the people that in my car. And my job is to share my life. And I can say that when I got this MG, I knew this is a chance to share my life, meaning, everybody is born to share their life with other people. But we MG patients have a more extra special message that we can share with other people. So anyway, my way of coping with my life right now is not MG driving, Uber driving. And then I was wondering, how many of you here do Uber driving? Can I show a hand? Well, I'm aiming for 80-year-old Uber driver.
There you go.
I love that. I would imagine all your Uber customers love to talk with you.
My question, I guess, is I don't know how to deal with my stress because I really don't have support, and my biggest thing is people don't believe that I'm sick. I don't look like I'm sick. I could be doing something one day and then the next day, oh, I can't. Well, you were just doing this, a lot of things I know I'm not supposed to be doing, but I do, because prior to me being diagnosed, I was always overdoing or always booked and busy, and now I can't. So that's depressing. And then before I started on Rituxan, I couldn't see, couldn't talk, couldn't walk, couldn't eat, so now it's like I just have the muscle weakness, and so it's just like a lot. So as far as, and I was stress flares me up, and I found out that I had musk. So now I'm finding out in this conference that's like, I call it the worst of it all. I was wondering, because when I was first trying to research, and I'm like, I have all of them symptoms, and so it's just like, I don't know how to navigate through that and trying to explain to people without explaining to them, like, this is what I have. And a lot of people can't even pronounce it. They're like, you got mysterious grits. I'm like, no, it's myasthenia gravis. Like, so yeah.
Is this your first conference?
Yes.
So hopefully you've met some amazing people. When I came to my first conference in 2013, I was a very scared 26-year-old, 25-year-old. And I found my MG people, and I never had met another MG patient. And so my parents dragged me to the conference in Miami, and I went kind of kicking and screaming, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I met my MG friends who I'm still in contact with, and see some of them are actually here today. And they have been my network when anything is bad. Or, even my own husband might not understand sometimes, they do. And I think it's so hard to explain MG to other people. And for a long time, I would never tell people that I had it, until I kind of learned that I think it's better. And also we need to raise awareness of this disease, which clearly has worked because we have so many other tools in our toolbox. So I do understand that. I think definitely use this conference as a resource and connect with as many patients and caregivers that you can.
Yeah, hi. I know Sam had mentioned the new National Ambassador Program that the MGFA is working on. Are you guys working with them to kind of have this rolled out? Because I just imagine being an ambassador and walking into a hospital with this booklet, and this being an amazing resource for not only them, but obviously the patient that now has to struggle through this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a good question for Sam, but we work very closely with the MGFA, and a lot of the patients that we have met are because of our relationship with the MGFA. So, you know, I think we have an amazing relationship and certainly partner in a lot of projects. Any more questions? No? Well, I want to thank the MGFA for allowing us to be here today and speak about this. If you do have other questions, feel free to grab me. I have a card. We're also always happy to do this at a support group presentation in a little bit smaller group, so I can hear more about how you guys use your techniques and learn from you as well. So thank you to the entire MGFA staff, and thank you so much for staying and listening to us. And I want to thank Don and Caitlin for offering their time to be here as well. So
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. We'll bring up Samantha one more time.
Hi again. It's that time. We're wrapping up. It's been a wonderful 2.5 days. I hope you guys feel the same. I want to say thank you so much for joining us here. Again, during the break, I had a number of people come up to me and share with me that this is your first conference. And some of the folks were not newly diagnosed. One person said, my husband's been living with MG for 10 years, and we now feel like we found a community. So you all did that. It's a very, very welcoming community. And I'm so happy for those of you who have joined us for the first time and that you have found that community. It's a very, very powerful, special thing. And for those of you who continue to come back every year, thank you so much. It's like an extended family. In fact, Priscilla Forrester, who I think is not in the room again, when I mention her name again, she was going on about that earlier today, about how this is the event she looks forward to every year because it just feels like her extended family. It feels like a family reunion and she loves it. That just makes my heart very, very happy. So a couple of very quick housekeeping things I just want to share with you. We will send a follow-up survey, and we would really appreciate it if you would fill the survey out. We really purposely never create lawn surveys. So if you could give us feedback, we would love it. In that same vein, I would say that we get very nice feedback from surveys, but we would love some honest, very raw feedback. A couple of you have come up to me and shared some observations and shared some comments with me. I've taken notes. I've asked for follow-up conversations. I really would love the feedback. So if you would like to give it directly, you can come up and speak with me, or I can give you my card, and you should always feel free to email me, and my card will have my cell phone number on it. So you can always reach me directly. So that's one thing, the survey. Secondly, there are going to be box lunches out there. For those of you who are on the go, grab one. For those of you who'd like to stay and eat, get comfortable. I just want you to know that we have lunch out there. A couple of you have asked me, well, more than a couple of you, quite a few, have asked me about ways to get engaged. I know I spoke this morning, and you're very interested in the in-person connections. So yes, we have this annual patient conference in the spring. We also have community health fairs. I didn't say those specifically when I spoke earlier. So that's the other in-person forum that we host. We have community health fairs around the country. We have 11 of them this year. We've already hosted 2 of them. Go to our website. I encourage you to check it out. There is a tab that says events, and you will see the events that we offer in person. We also are bringing the walk program back this year. So we'll have 3 walks this year. But here's the thing. It's not just about testing them out and seeing how it goes. We would love to host walks and community health fairs around the country. We'd need volunteers. With 13 staff, we can't possibly plaster the United States. So if you're interested, and please do not think it means that there's this huge burden on just your shoulders. If there's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of you who would love to come together and host something, we'll help you, we'll support you, we'll make that happen. We just need volunteers to raise their hands. So I just wanted to say that because I'm getting asked a lot about what else other than this conference can we do? Where can we meet up with the community? I would like to ask you all to keep our community member in your thoughts and your prayers, and that her name was Shirley. That is the community member that had an emergency earlier. And just so you know, because I've been asked, she is at the hospital. Her daughter is with her. She is okay. She is okay. But she did need to be seen. And I just want to ask you to keep her in your thoughts. Thank you. And finally, I talked earlier about the history of the organization, the evolution, and all of that great stuff. What I was very remiss in not saying is when I did all those fast forwards and I got here and I said that, you know, I shared with how the organization had grown, and I even shared past names with you of people who had left their imprint and really just helped to build a strong foundation. What I should have also added was that we have many board of directors here with us today, the current leadership, and I did say a couple times that we have a supportive board, but I should have asked them to stand. A couple of them have stepped out of the room, but this is so important. You guys, we have a board of directors that is so supportive and they're such active participants. And I work with most of them about on a weekly basis. They're wonderful. They allow us to lean in, they give guidance, they offer expertise. You just need to call or text or something. They're just always there. And so for our board members, could you please at least stand up or raise your hands? Just whoever's in the room. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, I thank you all again for attending the conference. I hope you all join us in Phoenix next year, but I certainly hope that we see you before then at a community health fair or something. And please do share that feedback. Safe travels home. And again, we'll be around. So if you need anything, please feel free to come up to us, but take good care.